Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert and this is the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue a playthrough of Skyrim. So last time we played, we achieved a few things. We've secured a foothold in Winterhold College, which is great. I've forgotten if last stream was the first time we arrived at Winterhold College. I've got a feeling we got there... No, I remember. We got to the college 2 streams ago, but we ended stream right at the front gate. Well, there isn't actually a gate, but like the front entrance. And it wasn't till last stream that we actually joined the college and we've begun down that quest line. Hey Rowdy, lovely to see you. How are you today? Good evening, Rob. The advertising skipped your opening. I hope you've been enjoying your Good Friday with your beloved ones. I'm surviving, thank you for asking. There really shouldn't be any ads on. That's concerning. But thank you for telling me. How are you? Oh, there is pre-roll. Why is there pre-roll? It says here, ads start in 30 minutes. There shouldn't be any pre-roll. Alright, I'll tell you what, we'll have... I realise you've all had to just put up with an ad break just now, but I'll put a 2-minute ad on immediately to hopefully make it go away for everyone else. There we go. What was I thinking? I may as well finish the intro. So yeah, we managed to secure a foothold in the college, as in we've been allowed to join as an apprentice. Lady Ashvale, our wonderful character here, she's not so wonderful, our character here wasn't pleased about having to, you know, start again from the bottom, being an apprentice working for people, but she's tempted by the potential there is for gaining magical knowledge that's perhaps not available elsewhere, and so she agreed to help out, and so she's officially an apprentice. The other main thing we did last time was we picked up a quest at the Shrine of Azura, and we managed to obtain the Broken Azura Star, which we intend to return. I should probably check at this point what Lady Ashvale's condition is. Because... Hang on, how do I do that? Here. Because she has just finished a long trip. She's hungry, she's fatigued. Oh, refreshed. Do you feel refreshed? That's good. She actually looks pretty decent. What I couldn't remember was whether we saved like just after resting up here and having some food, or whether we had literally just got in through the door. Given that we're warm, we appear to have eaten, we don't appear to be tired, I'm assuming we probably have rested. So what I'm going to suggest is, depending upon the time of the day, we hand in the Azura quest first and then we go into the college. So the college quest was some books had been stolen by somebody who turned out to be working for some sort of... I don't think... They called them the Caller, but I don't think we ever found out exactly what they were. They certainly seemed sort of necromantic adjacent. But things had gone poorly for them. We found them locked in the cell. The books weren't on them. We were able to acquire the books. And so we are going to return them to the college shortly. As I say, I want to do the whole Shrine of Azura quest first, though. I remember this. I was trying to place the exact path we need to take, the exact route, I should say, to get up to the Shrine of Azura, and I think I remember now. I think if you just follow this path along, then before long things open up on the right hand side, and that's when you go up. Which instrument is famously associated with the Illinois-born jazz virtuoso John Lewis? Oh wow, yeah, you wouldn't... I've never heard of them, but absolutely that would be a terrible stage name in the UK, because John Lewis is a like a a very famous a very famous franchise of department stores in the UK. Like you say John Lewis, they know you mean the department stores. Anyway, how are you, Jenny? And how are you, Rowdy? Hopefully the ads have ended now. I think this is the way we're going. What is that up ahead? There's something oh, it's one of those sprite-like things. I've forgotten what they actually are called, but they're almost like they're like a cross between a centipede and a sprite, like a forest sprite. Have I gone the wrong way? You are very cold. Wonderful. I think we just got hit by a spell there. It's possible we didn't. It's possible that's just... yeah, I did go the wrong way. I'm rather glad I figured that out. That rabbit was getting awfully close to the horse's hooves. I'm glad they didn't get injured. Right, so we were given a choice whether we hand over the broken Azura star back to the Azura's priest, who's up here, or whether we hand it to a magician, just a wizard we met. But the wizard's argument not to give the Azura star back was simply that Azura's a Daedra, all Daedra are evil, don't do it. Which isn't true, they're not. I'm surviving, Rowdy. It's been a difficult... It is difficult. I've really been struggling with my mental health. Reliving events these past few days. But I'm doing what I can. I'm hanging in there. Thank you. Thank you, Rowdy. I hope you're doing considerably better. I mean, what you do with it after this is up to you. All I did was return it to you. I shall send you a DM, not urgent. Save you when you can. Okay. I'll try to reply later tonight then after streaming. To me, in person? This is quite a major event in Lady Ashvale's life, in the sense that after being disgraced and having to leave the Somerset Isles, she's been living, in her view, like a dog. She's not been happy with how things have been going at all. And so now suddenly having the prospect of speaking with a Daedra prince in person, and yes, even though Azura presents as female, I believe in Elder Scrolls lore the proper term is still Daedric Prince. Yep, so I mean, yeah, these creatures are the closest thing this world has to gods. So quite an unusual thing to be happening, quite memorable, quite, in her view, perhaps an achievement. That is not the voice I was expecting. Then why did you remove it? Aren't you a Daedra? I mean, that's exactly what I was just thinking. But I think you'd want to put it a lot more politely than that. Is there any way to cleanse the star? Oh, so you are using Oblivion to mean all those realms. Uh, okay. I wasn't expecting this. So this was the necromancer that was trying to make themselves immortal. Essentially, they were using the Azura Star as a Horcrux. Yeah, I'm ready to enter the star. We're getting very cold. Hopefully it's considerably warmer inside. It's kind of it's tempting to just wait here long enough that we warm up, but perhaps I'll try not to do that. You can't escape your fate, Malin, or this experiment of yours is over. Both kind of cheesy, but okay. I'm given only one of two choices. You can't escape your fate, Malin. And they just immediately runs away. Okay. Yeah, look how cold we are. That's not good, and we're not warming up either. Oh, now there's multiple copies of them. Yeah, this isn't good. I don't have a way to get warm. I'm weighing my options. I think I do just have to... Maybe I can make this a bow battle? And I'm dead. You'd have thought all that fire would have warmed me up, wouldn't you? You know, logically speaking. Conjure Flame Atronach, that's a good idea. Combine that with the bow. How did you get behind me? Blast. Okay, well at least I know what direction to expect them from this time. Maybe they didn't get behind me, maybe I was just looking the wrong way. That seems more likely, doesn't it? Okay. Conjure Flame Atronach. In you go. Get the full swarm bow out. Save here. Okay, I need to summon the Atronach again. If I can. Good. Get the bow out again. Perhaps a quick save here. Oh, blimey. They are upon us. Blast! How many of them are there going to be? I'm worried. I've never done this before. I'm sure it won't surprise you to learn. I don't know if they're infinitely spawning. Okay. Healing. Let's heal up. I'm actually not as injured as I thought I would be. Conjure Flame Atronach. Get another Atronach out there. Pull out the bow. Save again. This would be a lot easier if I wasn't so close to death. That's the problem is, as I say, we got very, very cold while we were Hang on. Daedra Caitliff. That's what I've been fighting, not the necromancer themselves. Where did they go? Oops. Oh dear. How do I undo that? Hang on. There we go. Sorry. I'm not sure if you could see that, but I accidentally turned on kanji typing. Which wasn't much good when I'm trying to play Skyrim. Because all my keyboard input was being intercepted and it was trying to turn it into Japanese. That was just our, the Daedra we summoned unsummoning. Oh, it does say we're getting warmer and I can see our health bar going up. So that's kind of worked out. It just takes ages is the only problem, but we are slowly getting warmer in here. There you are. You feel warmer, but still very cold. Wonderful news. I'll grab that though. I already have that ability, so I won't take it. Also thinking, they have changed Azura's voice actress. The original voice actress for Azura... I mean, that's not necessary. I just like the Daedra looking into my future. What was I thinking? Yeah, the original voice actress for Azura, at least in Morrowind as far as I recall, I'm pretty sure she had a deeper voice, more of a mezzo, and was more matronly, for want of a better word. Maybe that's not quite the right word. Thank you, Lady Azura. Well, that's an achievement. Acquire a Daedric artifact. Oh, you poor thing. Thank you, Arenia. So Azura isn't giving you more visions? Oh dear. Poor thing. Until next time. I'd take her with me if it weren't for the fact that she said that she still has her duties here. Like, I'd take her to somewhere safe that isn't, like, exposed like this. You know, perhaps inside a building, inside Winterhold or something. But I'm guessing she doesn't want that. Okay, so, I mean, that's very good progress. We've just accomplished what we set out to do. Not sure what I'm going to do with Azura's Star now, though. I mean, I know what it is. I know what its function is. But we're not really equipped to use it at the moment. Anywho, next priority is to get back to Winterhold before we freeze. And make sure we get warm. Once we've done that, then we go back to the College of Winterhold, which is, you know, which I don't know if it's technically within the boundaries of Winterhold itself or if it's just outside, but it all seems like one contiguous settlement. We just go into the college and we hand in that quest and see what they'd like us to do next. Excuse me? Don't know what they're doing out here. What a strange thing. You're just walking, well, riding around in this case. You've become frostbitten from cold. That's no good. That's no good at all. I could also do without this snow lion killing our poor horse, Queen Alfsegir. We're really close to death. This isn't ideal. Have we survived? Barely. Right, what was that business about? We are frostbitten. Oh, it's just for 24 hours. I mean, that's not great. I'm not a fan of that, but maybe it makes in-world sense for us to take a much longer break here till we've fully recovered. What do you have for sale? Makes sense. We'll have that. We'll have that. Just grabbing anything that provides a decent amount of food. And I'd like a room. Thank you. Welcome in, everyone. Hope you're well. Thank you. Right. I think we'll take a 12-hour nap and make sure we grab the room for another day. Because I don't know technically how they implement the room's only yours for a day. Like, at what point, if I tried to sleep in here too long, would they wake me up? Right, we need food quickly. And then we can ask about extending the time that we have the room. Cooked beef. Okay, fair enough. I'll stay here another 12 hours. Yeah, I think this makes sense, given that she literally came back frostbitten. I think she would just rest up in the inn for a very long while. Has your stocks... No, your stocks have not resupplied. That's okay. And then in the morning we'll actually go to the college. Because the thing is, it's the middle of the night now. So she stayed there for 24 hours to rest up properly, make sure the frostbite was healed. Now she wants to get an early start the following day, because she doesn't want to, given that it is so cold here, she doesn't want to start a day, or a day's work just before midnight. That is not a good idea. And I think the temperatures do actually adjust to the time of day as well. For Winterhold specifically, it might be so cold that it's always maximum cold, in which case it may not make much difference, but in general, most of the places we've been have gotten colder at night. So now it's early in the morning, I think just before 6 a.m, is it? No, just after 6 a.m. And we better go back and hand in the books that had been taken. Do we know who gave us that quest? I think it must have been the librarian. Because we were sent by... I've forgotten her name. She's not the Archmage. She's like the second in command here. I've forgotten what her title is. Are we under attack from a dragon? Yes. Okay, that was unexpected. Debating tactics. Probably the good old summon a Atronach and fight with a bow. No! Ow. 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 Where did you attack me from? There you are. Well, I got one hit off. Oh, didn't mean to fire that when I did. No. Hang on, I'm gonna die if I don't heal now. As nice as it would be to get a few good chops in. I think that was my Atronach dying. Fortunately, I can summon another. Unfortunately, the important thing is when the Atronachs die, I think they just get sent back to their plane of oblivion. I don't think they actually die. Which is nice, because it would be a shame if it had been one of the people that actually lives here that got hurt. Because when they die, they would die. Scimitar? Critical strike on dragon. Got him. Dragon slain. Thank you for your assistance. Just did a celebratory backflip. Can I afford to carry all this? I think I can, just about. Just about, barely. Goodness me, we're going to have to sell that stuff off soon. I mean, I'm sure you're right, but... Really? Does that seem like the most relevant thing to say in this moment? Oh, hang on, I just remembered something. I got told by somebody that the game audio was too low. It was one of the viewers on YouTube. I'm not sure if they want me to shout them out or not. But, given that's the case... Unfortunately, this comment was on the first video. And we're quite a lot farther in than that. Okay. Then I must have adjusted the audio from here? Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Let me turn it up a little bit. Hopefully that's a little better. I know it's only a little bit, but I have to balance the quiet bits and the loud bits, and I don't want it to get, you know, so loud that you can't hear me. So guess people will have to let me know if that's okay or not. Right, I was going to heal us, wasn't I? Or have I already done that? I have not already done that. Let's heal up, and then let's head in. Because we have books to deliver. I wonder if there's someone in the college that will take these bones off us, actually, now I think about it. Is there like an alchemical expert? Oh, you've made it back. Before I forget, let me pin this comment about the mod list. There we go. Right, can I sell you these dragon bits that I just picked up? It's feeling like the answer is no. That is a shame. Oh, but you'll take things like a staff of zombies, which I'm pretty unlikely to use. Honestly, most of that I'm not going to use. These I've already seen, so there's no point having those on me. I don't really have any use for any of these either. Oh wait, you have 0 gold. Hang on, hang on. I've mucked up. I think I was selling them a bunch of stuff for nothing. I don't know. Right, where was I? So first of all, I was going to sell you the staffs that I have, the staves, other than the mage light one. No. Okay. So I've already used up all the money you had on you, but still, that's probably lightened our load a bit. Wonderful. Yeah, so I guess hand back the books, which we did read last time, and then think about finding somebody else we can... I know nothing about that. So you're treated badly because of your work? Interesting. What have you got for sale? And I will just sell you the same stuff I was gonna sell to Tolfdir. Probably don't need that. Yeah, I think that'll do for now. I am definitely not selling the Azura Star. Can you imagine selling the Azura Star for 393 gold? This is like a one-of-a-kind artifact, and a powerful one at that. Well, thank you for that. Let's hand in that quest. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you're having a good day. Yes. Obviously, I mean... Yes. I'm not sure why you need to warn me about that. Of course. Here are the books that went missing. I seem to be. I will. Racial phylogeny. Interesting. Daughter of Nibbon. Volume 3 of a book series. Catalogue of weapon enchantments added. You've given me a lot of books here, sir. I mean, I do like the books in this game, but I'm not going to sit down and read like 5 of them right this moment. Yeah, you're definitely not taking dragon parts off of me, are you? Okay, back to Tolfdir, I guess. I was surprised to see Tolfdir here, because last we saw he had long-standing business at the ruin of Sarfall, didn't he? I was surprised to see him back. Wait, isn't that very, very, very similar to the thing we found in Sarfall? I'm even wondering if it's the same thing, frankly. I don't remember what this place looked like when we first came in here. But I'm pretty sure there was something in the centre that we had to walk around. I think it had this general shape to it. But this... isn't this, like, almost identical to the thing we found in Sarfall, if not identical? Urag suggested I come see you. I found a certain book, Night of Tears. You already knew all this? Lovely to see you, survivalist. What does practically radiate mean? I'll attend to chat in a moment. Wasn't this the individual we were warned about? Where was I, sorry? Your voice would be perfect for a storybook otter. I'm not sure what a storybook otter is, but thank you. You mean playing an otter in a story, like an anthropomorphic otter? I mean that as a compliment, by the way, it's pleasant. Thank you. I don't personally find my voice so pleasant, but it's still nice of you to say that, thank you. I don't understand what's going on. Oh, is that all? Oh, have the Sijic Order not reached out to you before? Oh dear. How embarrassing. Like a voice actor for a book as an otter is what I meant. I'm not sure I follow you. What? When you say otter, you mean the animal, the creature that lives in rivers? Why are you so concerned about this, or aren't you just an advisor here? Have you ever listened to an audiobook? Yes, I have. Not many, but some. Why are you so concerned about this? I don't know if you're aware, but oh, I mean, if there was a book with an otter that was speaking English for whatever reason, I think it sounds just like your voice. Oh, I see. That is what you meant. Interesting. Well, thank you. Um. Okay. So that seemed like a bit of a bug. You said the same thing twice, but then didn't manage to finish it on either occasions. Hey, Alexi, lovely to see you. Hope you're well. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but when I first started streaming, I used to do poetry, literature, and riddle streams. Like I read quite a lot of poems on stream. I also read through Pride and Prejudice on stream. And I also read through Frankenstein on stream. But I ended up having to abandon those after about a year because there was no viewership. I would do it and I would have 0 viewers. I would be streaming to the void, and so I stopped. But they're still on YouTube. That's pretty confident in your voice for not liking it. Well, not really. I mean, it just I would hope people would enjoy like hearing these stories, and maybe just my original hope was that people would enjoy hearing the stories and would, like to discuss them and so on. It has nothing to do with confidence in my voice. I'm okay, you. I've not been having a great time, thank you, but I'm surviving. Just normal PTSD stuff. Frankenstein? Oh, Frankenstein, I see. Personally think your voice is a seller. I'll stand by that. I mean, I suppose when I say I don't think it implies any like confidence in my voice, I mean like with his VTuber model, you might say, well, if you're streaming with that VTuber model, you must have a lot of confidence in it. It's like, well, no, not really. I think it's just about good enough that, people aren't going to call it out as clearly rubbish, and so it serves a purpose. Same with my voice. Like, I don't think I have a particularly nice voice, but, it's a voice. It does the job. Just about. They've frozen time again. Even the Archmage has been frozen. Quaranair. I'd better write this person's name down. Quaranair. Sigic order. I mean, I watch a lot of Twitch, and a lot of people around the world with your particular English accent and calm but confident mania. It is unique in a way. Confident? I sound confident? Goodness me. What's going on? What happened to everyone? What do you want with me? What did you do? Oh, there's a limit. Interesting. My people. Calm, confident. You speak with clarity and purpose. I don't feel confident, but thank you. Do you think that losing the model might help with the confidence and increase your viewership? No, I think it would probably only harm the viewership. I feel like having an on-screen presence is something that is expected of streamers. But if I had no on-screen presence at all, then fewer people would want to watch, I suspect. What does this have to... Oh, if this is dangerous, then why don't you do something about it? Or what does this have to do with me? Both good questions. I agree. I wish they... I don't like the fact that there's, like, no... You can't be more polite, you know? Like, so many times in playing Skyrim already, we've been in a situation where I've come across a line of dialogue and I'm thinking, right... And I'm thinking, right, you've really hit the nail on the head there. That is definitely the crux of the matter. But why is it phrased like that? I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, you know. Maybe my autism means I'm not understanding the social tone that's actually going on here. He paid me to be here, by the way. I agree. I object, Your Honour. He is leading the streamer. That's because they don't let you break off their intended stories in Skyrim too often. It's more of a rare treat. Yeah, but why not? Why not at least give you more control over the tone, you know? Like, sometimes it just seems so off. Which would mean I would be ineligible to join your order. I'm asking about IRL, meaning no avatar model, just using a camera. Oh, yeah, I considered that when I first started streaming, and, you know, the simple fact of the matter is I'm not attractive enough of an individual to get away with that. You know, that would... I honestly think I'm better off with a VTuber model than showing my actual face. So what exactly is the problem? Interesting. Just for context, you know, like, with where my mind is going with my character's thoughts, because I'm doing light roleplay, my character is, I think, very enamoured with the Psijic Order. The idea that she sees them as being extremely powerful, something she'd like to be a part of, also extremely secretive. You know, that combination of power and being hidden, that's what drives my character. She wants to understand. And so I think she very much... I think even though she's joined the College of Winterhold, I think she would bend over backwards to serve the Psijic Order in the hopes that by doing so she will get closer to them. Far more than she feels loyal to Winterhold College, which is not very much. Again, I'm not playing a nice character, I'm just playing a character. What do you expect from me then? I'll help, but I don't know what to do. The Augur of Dunlane. Where can I find this Augur? Who is the Augur of Dunlane? Why should I trust you or your order? This is a very good point. I know I've only recently joined this college, but it doesn't feel like they are particularly hiding their members. At least it didn't up till now. It seemed like, you know, all the members of the college were just walking around and you could speak to them. So why don't I recognise Augur of Dunlane? Do you think you would ever come back for an alternative playthrough of Skyrim? Yeah, I think I could. Do you mind if I ask? Why you were wondering that? You know, did you have anything specific in mind? What can I find this Augur? Who is the Augur of Dunlane? Was he turned into a plant or something? Is that behind? Is that the Augur of Dunlane behind us? Where can I find this Augur? Okay. Oh, you're not actually here, are you? He too wants to be nice to the Psijic Order. What was I thinking? I've just realised something that they're missing in a lot of these video games. It's only like just occurred to me. And it's something that I've like really picked up on watching the original series of Star Trek. Like in the original series of Star Trek, if you actually watch it and pay attention, look at how many times the camera is close up on somebody who isn't doing the talking. Like, the camera is pointing, say, at the face of Captain Kirk when someone is telling him something. That's because the face is supposed to be conveying his reaction. Like, we can hear what they're saying. The interesting thing is how are the people around them reacting to it. Yeah, that's something that they do in cinematography. I just realised they aren't doing that in this game. Like, I was having a look at, what is it, Arcano and Quaranier, I think I've got their names right, as they were talking, and I was like looking at the other one's face as the other one was talking, and they're pretty blank. Like, they've obviously motion capped the speech, at least I assume they have, it looks like they have, but not like the reactions. Oh my goodness, a 25 stream streak, that's a lot, Alexu. Thank you so much. That is a lot. I know people. I have a group of Skyrim homies that all get together and stream together and play. Always enjoy meeting new people who enjoy the game. Oh, I see. I mean, yeah, I would be up for it. I'll be honest with you. Okay. So, here's the thing. I grew up playing Morrowind. Morrowind is like a huge part of my childhood. And I've done a fair amount of Oblivion, not as much. There were events that happened to me that traumatized me. As some of you know, I have PTSD. And unfortunately, the Elder Scrolls got sort of bound up in that. Like, it wasn't that the actual events that happened were to do with the Elder Scrolls, but due to the circumstances, it was like adjacent. It's something I associate with those traumatic memories. And so reclaiming it has been, reclaiming it as part of my life, the Elder Scrolls has been like one of the things that I've set out to do, and something I've been talking about with my therapist. And so, like, even this playing Skyrim right now, like, a part of this, like, the reason I chose to play it when I did was because I felt ready to, like, dip my toes back into the Elder Scrolls and see how I get on. Now, all this is to say that, like, I'd originally planned to do a lot more Elder Scrolls on this channel than I have up till now. Admittedly, like, there was a long time before the traumatic things happened when I could have and I didn't. But that was back when my channel had virtually no viewers. Point is, I would like to ease into doing a lot more Elder Scrolls now, assuming I'm up to it. So in answer to your question, would you be up for doing other playthroughs? Yes, absolutely. I don't have a specific schedule in mind, but that is definitely something I would like to work towards, and I would like to reach the point where we have a lot more Elder Scrolls on this channel. I know, coincidentally, my therapist was trying to get me to also play Morrowind, like, in the next couple of weeks. I don't know about that. I'll probably try since they've asked me to, but anyway, I'm rambling now. That's the circumstances. I hope that clarifies things a bit. Have you considered playing Hearthstone? Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Confidence Over Accuracy. I appreciate that a lot. The things that go into making some games are astounding. Not every game has the exact kind of dedication and investment. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I don't even know how, in terms of like them not doing the face capture on the reactions, which was the point I was making a moment ago, I'm not even sure what that would come under. I guess that's sort of like artistic direction, maybe. The thing is, Bethesda has a lot of resources, and although I do wish they would try harder to release games that aren't so buggy, like, fundamentally, it's not like you could claim these aren't games that they're not dedicated to and investing a lot in. Clearly they are. So, with the whole, like, not doing facial reactions, I don't know. I don't know if maybe they literally just never thought of it, or if they thought of it but dismissed it. I don't know how much data, like, actually on disk facial, like the facial recording they do. I don't know how much that takes up. I don't know if, like, having all the NPCs react to dialogue would be loads and loads of work. It could also be reflected in their process for recording actors, which I don't know what it is. Because what they would usually do if they're doing motion capture is they would get an actor in and they would like put various things on their face to be able to better track them, and then they would record them as they're speaking. And then out of that they would get both a voice recording and obviously how their face was moving when they were saying those things. My point being, it's not that you couldn't do this with only one person at a time, but I do wonder if they were recording the dialogue like one actor at a time. Like, oh, today we've got the person that does the male Khajiits in. Now he's going to record all that dialogue. Whereas if you were going to do it more like cinematography, like they did on, say, the set of Star Trek, like I was saying earlier. Hang on, I've got a thing for this. If I can remember what it's bound to. There we go. If you were going to do it more like they did on the set of Star Trek, where you're recording people's reactions, that works way better if you can get all the actors in together. Because, like, when they're filming, for example, William Shatner playing Captain Kirk, reacting to what one of his ensigns is telling him, like, they would, I strongly suspect, the actor who was playing the ensign was literally right in front of him delivering the lines. I don't think they would have added that in post. I mean, they could have done. I doubt it. And there's a fair chance they actually had two cameras on set, one filming one of them, one filming the other. That's not always how they do it. Well, congrats on your steps forward. These games are a big part of my childhood also, so I enjoy and think joining the Skyrim community would be a wonderful thing for you to join in with. Magnifico Born. Thank you. Yeah. Which game did you grow up on? I would say I've played Morrowind the most, even though, okay, this is going to sound ridiculous. I've put hundreds of hours into Morrowind. It's a massive part of my childhood. I have never finished the main quest. I know what the main quest is. I'm afraid I've spoilt myself a bit in that regard. But I've never actually finished it. But that's the game I played the most. Then probably Oblivion. Then Daggerfall. And then, like, both Skyrim and Arena I'd barely touched until I started this stream. Yeah, and I have no idea how I would become part of the Skyrim community, as you put it. I don't know what that would consist of, but I'm certainly up for playing a lot more Skyrim, and modded Skyrim. The other thing I was thinking is that if I were to keep the Skyrim up, then perhaps after I finish this playthrough, I might go for a more heavily modded one. I've got my mod list up in chat, it's pinned. Like, the mods I went for were specifically supposed to be, like, mostly bug fixes and some quality of life. I have tried hard to not alter the gameplay or add lots of new stuff or anything like that. It's just the thing I had in my head when I was picking mods is, what would Bethesda have made? What would Bethesda have done if they had infinite money and time, if you see what I mean? Okay, maybe not infinite. They could do some amazing things then. But you know what I mean? Like, if they had more money and time, what would they have done? Does this mod fit in with that idea? Or is it like... Is it clearly adding or changing the game in a way that Bethesda didn't intend? Or there's no evidence they intended. So that's basically... So even though this is modded, I still consider it to be like basically vanilla, just bug fixes. Anyway, back to the game. Can you see some pictures of Morrowind? It sounds like it's old. Oh, it is old. Oh, do you know what? Why not? I love Oblivion, but I couldn't do Morrowind. It was just so slow for me. You mean... How do you mean slow? You mean like the story? But yeah, let me bring up some pictures of Morrowind, and you are right, it is an old one. It came out, was it in 2001 or 2002? It was around then. Let me check. And then I'll bring up some images. Morrowind came out in 2002. Let me try to find... I know what I'll do. I'll see if I can find a picture of Caius Casades, who's a fairly major character in... But the thing about Caius Casades is he's a fairly major character in Morrowind, but he's also like... he's also someone you meet very early on in the story. So it's not like letting you know that he exists is really spoiling much. In fact, if I recall correctly, his name is mentioned at the very end of the tutorial. So like that's how early game he is. So I don't think I'm spoiling much, just for you to know that he exists. Transition. There we go. That's Caius Casades. That's the sort of level of graphics they had back then. Let me see. Maybe I can get like a picture of Balmora. Again, I'm pretty sure right at the start of the game they tell you, go find Caius Casades, he lives in Balmora. So I don't think I'm spoiling much. Yep, this is the game. I'm trying to figure out if this has been modded, because I didn't think the view distance would go that far in the original game. I seem to remember the view distance in Morrowind unmodded was like really quite small, because yeah, this looks more like it. That looks more like I remember it being. It's weird how you get used to the fog. And this might sound a bit weird. I don't know how they did it, but I think they chose the fog colour really, really well. Because I have played lots of other games that have tried to use fog as like... Okay, I should clarify. The fog there is basically how they didn't have distant land back then, so they could only render so far, but if the world just suddenly stopped after a certain distance, it would be really jarring. So they introduced this constant fog that was everywhere to try and limit the view distance, but in a way that felt more natural. So all of Morrowind unmodded is shrouded in fog. And what I was going to say is I've seen other games that have attempted to do the same thing, and they never get the fog colour right. Like, it always looks a bit jarring. I don't know how they did it, but, like, if you tweak that fog colour even slightly, it just doesn't look right. Like, I don't even know how you would do it, but, like, how would you determine the right colour for fog? But they chose it really well. I mean, it just looks like a light grey, doesn't it? But anywho, yeah, and this gives you an idea of like how far it can render and so on. So that's Morrowind. Sorry, I imagine people probably want me to get back to the game. Oh, I don't know. Maybe not. Oh my goodness, a free stream streak. Wait, hang on. Piku? Piku? Piku! With an 80 stream streak? Oh my goodness. Bless my cotton socks. Oh, Piku, it's lovely to see you. How are you? How have you been? The game itself is just slow. Everything about with quality of life fixes. A lot of people say it is much better, but I put 5 days into it and just couldn't do more. That's fair enough. I do wonder how much, like genuinely, I wonder how much do I adore Morrowind because I grew up with it. Like I'm not closed to the idea that maybe quite a lot of it is like just rose tinted goggles. Is that the term? Rose tinted glasses, because that's the game I grew up with. But it doesn't change the fact that like it was a big part of my childhood, and I still associate. I still identify with it, even though there's now trauma associated with it as well, as I was discussing earlier. I noticed the viewership's gone up, so just in case anyone wasn't here for that, I was just briefly explaining that some events happened to me that traumatized me. It wasn't directly related to the Elder Scrolls, but they sort of got caught in the crossfire. Like the Elder Scrolls series remind me of certain traumatic things, and so this playing Skyrim here is me for the first time trying to get back into it after quite a break. Where was I? Really? I've heard different. Me mate said he enjoyed Morrowind more than OG Oblivion. I need to play both for the lols. Pikachu souls! I've seen it go both ways. There's a lot to do with nostalgia. I genuinely, like, okay, I know I just said that, hang on, let me do the thing again. I know I just said that I'm open to the idea that maybe my love of Morrowind is a lot to do with nostalgia, a lot to do with the fact that that's the one I grew up with, and yep, I think that quite might well be true, especially with the quality of life stuff. There are things that they did in Morrowind that we would not do today, but in spite of all that, I generally think in some specific areas, Morrowind did some things better than Oblivion or Skyrim, or indeed other games that I've seen. I'll give you one example quickly. So in Morrowind, the dialogue is text-based. It works almost like a web page, in that you like have a list of topics you can discuss, which are like hyperlinks, and you click on them, and then the response is like almost like a web page. Like, I mean, the interface is way more primitive than a web page, but it's like basically like that. You click a topic, and then their response gets like added to the list of to the discussion that you can see to the left. And so you can like, and sometimes like you'll click one topic, which I say acts a bit like a hyperlink, and then that will lead to new topics opening up that you hadn't discussed with them before. It wasn't voice acted. They used voice acting in Morrowind for like greetings that people would say. They would use it in combat, so when you're in combat with someone they would say things. They used it, I think, for some of the dialogue which was main quest only, like some of the like most dramatic moments they bothered to voice act, but the overwhelming majority of the things people would say in the game were not voice acted. You just had to read them. That might sound worse. Here's why I don't think that's worse. Because it costs a lot of money and takes a lot of time to record voice actors, and when you go from Morrowind to Oblivion, if you've played one then play the second, the latter afterwards, you immediately notice how much less dialogue there is in the game. Suddenly it's like Skyrim dialogue. Like, the things you say are tiny and their responses are usually just one or two sentences, whereas in the original Morrowind you would get paragraphs back out. Hey, if you're not into like lore, if you're not into like reading lots of dialogue, I get that might not be for you, but like honestly, writers can produce so much more dialogue and high quality dialogue. They can just produce it at a rate that voice actors can't voice act. And that makes the world so much richer. It means you can make the characters a lot more diverse, or at least a lot more easily. You can give characters a lot more personality because they're saying so much more. And it also means you can do things like Morrowind didn't have quest markers. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of them, although I appreciate some people do like them a lot more. Morrowind didn't have quest markers, so NPCs would direct you to where you had to go. Like, they would literally tell you, like, okay, you're leaving Balmorra, go through the... So you want to get from Balmorra to this tomb, leave out the southern gate, follow the road along until you find the boulder. At that point, take the left fork, not the right fork, and so on. And they would actually give you directions like a real life person would. I prefer that so much. And I so much appreciate the fact that they had so much more dialogue in that game, which really made the world seem a lot more alive to me. The voice acting, in my opinion, just like... Don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't appreciate it, but given that studios have limited budget and limited time, I would rather have more and varied dialogue than have it all be voice acted, personally. I'm not really trying to offend anyone, but I don't think that games are moving forwards faster, and they don't have a proper community to support them. How do you mean, sorry? I do wish we could use levitation and some of the other fun spells they removed. I know. They had so much vertical mobility in Morrowind, but I'll tell you why I think they got rid of it. Well, some of it might have been to just generally to make testing the game easier, because there was less unusual places people could get to. But I think a big part of it was when they introduced cities in Oblivion, they made cities like their own... like internal area. Like, how do I put, like, in Morrowind it always was the case that you had the outside world and you had inside buildings, and there would be a loading zone between them, but they made cities themselves have their own loading zone, which meant you couldn't travel directly from the outside into a city. You always had to, like, go through a gate which was a loading zone.
Please inside return to the game.
Oh my goodness.
Please return to the game.
I've been told. Yeah, I was just saying, like, I think it was because of that they got rid of levitation. They didn't want people levitating over the city walls. To be fair, some of the directions in Morrowind are kind of sketchy. Yes, I agree with that. And I seem to remember in unmodded... Sorry, in Morrowind as it was released, without the unofficial patches... I think I'm right in saying, even with the latest official patch, there was some directions in Morrowind that were literally wrong. Like, they told you to take a right when you should take a left. Not many cases of that, but I think there was some. You could argue, maybe the person who was telling you just got it wrong. You know, it's a feature, not a bug. Which is lame. Stop limiting us, or get more creative. Considering streaming as a career, do you have someone to advise you about the future and relevant games that could help you? If options are ride the wave and make your own path. I am considering streaming as a career. It is what I want to do. Oh my goodness, we're famished because I've been talking so long instead of, like, looking after my character. It is what I want to do. I am trying very, very hard to grow this channel and turn it into... and reach financial independence for the first time in my life. And no, I don't really have anybody to talk. I mean, you know, I have other people, other streamers that I collaborate with and so on that I can talk to about these things, like Pikachu, but, like, I don't have anyone that's, like... I don't have connections to the industry, if that's what you're getting at. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree. I 100% agree. That's another area where I think Morrowind got it right, and Oblivion and Skyrim got it wrong. I think we absolutely should have levitation. Well, technology and games are moving fast, both in size and complexity, so people don't seem to keep up or care as much as back in the day. How do you mean, sorry? Have you ever heard of the Augur of Dunlane? Sounds like he's trying to hide something. Well, that tells me who I need to just talk to about it. Well, goodbye now. Honestly, that would be pretty suspicious now I think about it. Someone from the Sijic Order appears, asks for me specifically, I come to speak with them. Obviously, they didn't see what happened when time was stopped. So from their perspective, the person said, oh no, I've got the wrong person, bye. And then I go over to them and ask them about the Augur of Dunlane and say nothing about the Sijic Order. That's kinda suspicious. I may as well ask the other topic. I would argue the complexity. Games are simpler than ever. Yes and no. Yes and no. I think from like a software engineering point of view, they're definitely not simpler than ever. But I know what you mean. In terms of the gameplay itself, yes, often that is the case. Indie games are sometimes the exception. Sometimes you get an indie game come out that really is doing new and interesting things and often complex things. Hang on, how long has he been here? Because we spent, like, was it 30 hours recovering from frostbite in the local inn? For those that don't know, I'm playing with the survival mode turned on, which comes with the anniversary edition. I literally mean that. We got frostbitten from the cold, and I ended up having to spend more than a day just huddled in an inn to recover from it. Right, so I'm after Tolfdir, aren't I? You don't happen to be an alchemist, do you? Okay. Something tells me that's not true, though. Like, imagine you were... oh, hang on. Have I not... Sorry. I do apologise for not putting the game back on screen. Or did I put it back on screen? Hang on, I'm confused now. No, I think I got it right. I think. What was I thinking? I was in studio mode and I got confused, if you were curious. Imagine you were like James Bond, and then would you go around saying, I can't tell you what I do, but I assure you it's very important for my country. Like, for that person to just walk up to us and tell you, I can't tell you what my research is, but it's very, very valuable. I just don't find it very convincing. Where's Tolfdir? Where did Tolfdir go? I quite literally haven't a clue. Survival on your first run is brave. Yeah, I got... Oh my goodness. Have you ever seen such a thing? It genuinely looked like that dragon was rooting around in the undergrowth when I walked out there. Yeah, I ended up having... So it was very annoying. The first Winterhold quest I got, I had to go to some ruins at Sarful. And I got on my horse, I went to the ruins, and nobody was there. But I got there in good time, and I wasn't too cold or anything. So I went back, and then I found out that I was supposed to join, like, a field trip party just coming out of Winterhold itself that were walking to the ruins, and they dawdled the whole way. They were so slow that I was dying from cold by the time, like, before we could get to the ruins, and I had to turn... The only way I could find to do it was I turned off survival mode briefly, just long enough for me to get into the ruins, and then I turned it back on again. Other than that, I've been getting on okay with survival mode. Hang on, I should have eaten, shouldn't I? Drained and famished. Okay. But I'm still peckish. Oh dear. Let's have a pogfish. Num num num. Right, so I am looking... Oh, hang on. Huh. Oh no, I get it. This would... Sorry, I was thinking, isn't this our room? But then I remembered, I'm in the other building. I'm in the staff quarters, not the student quarters. That'll be why. So that's like the equivalent of what would have been my room. I'm looking for Tolfdir. He should be around here somewhere. Hopefully he doesn't mind me literally waking him up in his bed, if he is indeed sleeping. No, I don't see any sign of him. Interesting. But no, I'm getting on well with survival mode, and I quite like it. I think one thing that they did with survival mode, which is like, how do I put it? I think one thing they got right with survival mode, which they could have very easily got wrong, was that it's like just enough, you know? I think a lot of mods I've seen that have tried to add survival to games that didn't have survival is they overdo it. They make the survival mechanics so intricate and so important at the same time that that's what the whole game ends up being about. Like, it ends up taking over the... Oh, here you are. I guess students and staff do share the same area then. Was I thinking, yeah, like, a lot of, like, survival mods end up making the whole game about survival rather than just enriching the existing game a little bit. And I think the survival system, the survival mod that comes with the Anniversary Edition, I think what it does is just enough. Like, it's there, you have to care about it, but it's not too overbearing. Maybe you've heard about this. People are having a difficult time finding productive ways to integrate technology in their lives in a meaningful way. In this sense, I'm thinking about the future of games. Can you give some examples? I'm not... I mean, do you mean that we have all this technology, but, like, it's not translating to obvious improvements to everyday life? The game is not supposed to be muted at all. Please tell me the game hasn't been muted the entire time. Oh my goodness. I am so sorry. I had no idea. Why is the game muted? Oh, I feel so dumb. Sorry, I'm just looking through my audio settings trying to figure out why the game's muted. I genuinely didn't know that, and I am so sorry. That must have been rubbish. Okay. Looks like I think I just forgot to start some stuff when I started streaming and didn't realise. Right, hopefully you've got sound now from the game. Yeah.
Well now, there's a name I haven't heard in some time. My goodness, it's been years since I've spoken with him. I suppose he's still down in the Midden, but I haven't checked. Are you going to see him? Do tell him hello for me, won't you?
Where is the Midden? I actually know where the Midden is. We've been there.
Until next time.
Why would he be in the Midden? I'm still thinking he's turned into a tree or something. Sorry about that, everyone. Maybe I have to access it from the other tower. I remember the Midden being like, there was a trapdoor by the stairs that let us through. Blimey, I can't believe I was going for almost an hour and a half. Oh dear, and no sound. Sorry. So we've poked our nose down here before, but we've never properly had an explore. So that goes to Skyrim, okay. The Augur of Dunlop. Is that the name? I think so. What is that thing? And can it be... Oh, it's just one of those sprite things. Ice Wraith. That Ice Wraith absolutely destroyed me. Oh my goodness. Fortunately, we have an autosave. I think we'll just summon a Flame Atronach. I feel like a Flame Atronach is going to do good work against those things. It missed. Dyspepsia. Dyspepsia is a form of colour blindness, isn't it? I've forgotten exactly which one. Now, an augur is to do with divination, isn't it? As in augury. But I don't know what this is, but it's certainly interesting. I mean, that's an Oblivion symbol. And it says activate pedestal. I feel like if I do that, I'm probably going to end up summoning something in from Oblivion, which I may not want. I think we should do a bit more exploring before I jump straight into the activating the pedestal. I mean, I don't know, it might summon the augur for all I know. I don't know precisely what the augur is, so I can't know that's not the case. Where be the shield? Shouldn't the shield be here? I don't see the shield there. That's odd. Let me find my shield in my items then. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for the follow, Lady Vampriest. That's incredibly kind of you. I do appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day. Oh, and we have a Mealy. How are you, Mealy? Still falling, I see. It's the origin of the Pepsi brand name. Pepsi and Dyspepsia. Alexa, most interesting thought, however, the brand name Pepsi actually originated from pepsin, an enzyme in cola nuts. It's not connected to dyspepsia. Is that the shield I was using? Probably, it's the only one I see here. Did I sell my shield accidentally? Wait, what's happening? Oh my goodness. It's a Lady Vampriest raid. Thank you so much, that's so kind of you. And thank you for the follow, I'm Maduma. It's a pleasure to meet you. What was I thinking? Welcome in, everyone. My name's Robert, and this is the El Magnifico Games channel. On this channel, we play old games and new games. We play games that require you to think, and we play more actiony games. If you enjoy these sorts of cozy streams, then I'm usually live on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 6 o'clock UK times, and I also do Stardew Valley with the lovely Manipulate Everything on Saturdays from 4 PM UK time. Right now I've got a playthrough of Skyrim on the go, as you can see, my first playthrough, and I also have a playthrough of a puzzle adventure game called Nya on the go, which I alternate between with Skyrim. Lovely to see you, Ima. You're looking snazzy there, good sir. Thank you, I appreciate that. What were you streaming? Sorry, I didn't notice. Skyrim will never die, even when the mythical Elder Scrolls 6 releases. People will still be playing Skyrim, just as our Lord and Saviour Todd Howard intended. Lovely to meet you, the true mantis. Wait, where have I gone? I was reading chat, not... Hang on, I want to know where I'm going. Me too, it's my first time. Oh, right! The Midden Dark, interesting. How's it been treating you, and how far in are you? I'm not quite sure how we can convey to each other how far in we both are without risking spoilers, but shall we be watching you more? That was weird. That sounded a lot like a Daedra. So for those that are new, so you're aware, I grew up playing Morrowind, and I've done a bit of Oblivion, so I'm fairly...
There's no solace in knowing what is to come.
Maybe that's the Augur. What was I thinking? So I'm perhaps a bit rusty, but not too bad on Elder Scrolls lore, but Skyrim I haven't done before. My quest is to become a vampire. Oh, we nearly became a vampire. Earlier on, I had to go out of my way to get myself cured. My character, I'm doing some light roleplay. The meaning, like, I'm not like doing voices or dressing up or anything, but like I have an idea in my head for my character's beliefs and values, what she stands for, etc. I'm also not activating that immediately till I know if there's a good reason to do so. We'll explore there in a moment. What was I thinking? And the basic concept for my character is... Hang on, how do I... if I put that away, I can move the camera to her face, can't I? The basic concept is that she was a wizard's apprentice in the Somerset Isles, but then she got disgraced, probably involved in some sort of goings on that she probably shouldn't have been getting involved with, because she's attracted to forbidden knowledge, that type of thing. And so she had to leave very quickly, and then she ended up getting caught up on the Skyrim border, and then the start of the game. Cannot be lockpicked, requires a key to open.
Still, you persist.
They must be behind there then.
Very well. You may enter.
May I? Oh. This must be the Augur. What was I saying? And I don't think she's against the idea of becoming an immortal vampire. It's just, when she started the game, she was not having a good time. She's a highborn woman, and she was, starving to death. We've got the survival mod going, and nearly got executed, covered, wearing rags. I don't think she'd want to be a vampire at that point. I think it would feel too risky. But once she feels more secure in the world, more like she can look after herself, and she doesn't have to worry too much about people taking away and executing her, she probably will go for vampirism. Enjoy. It's an amazing game. Morrowind is the best game in the franchise. Signed, a Morrow Boomer. I know. I think so too. I was explaining this earlier. I wasn't expecting to end up repeating this several times, but for all the people that are new in, so just as some context, like, this is my reintroduction to the Elder Scrolls after quite a long break. Some events happened to me a while ago that left me traumatized. I suffer from PTSD symptoms, and it wasn't directly to do with the Elder Scrolls, but they sort of got bound up in it. They were sort of adjacent. I associate the Elder Scrolls with these traumatic memories now. And so, Morrowind especially. And so playing Skyrim for the first time on stream, this is a way for me to try and desensitize myself. I'm trying to reclaim that as part of my life. So that's... I haven't played Morrowind in a long time. I haven't done any Elder Scrolls in a long time. But that's what's going on, and that's also why, like, well, you know, I'm just saying, like, Morrowind was a big part of my childhood. I still identify with it, but I have been a bit put off coming back to it for a while now. The real question is, since she's an Ultimate, is she pro-Thalma or anti-Thalma? I'd never considered that. I think the Thalma were up in Soul's theme, weren't they, in Morrowind? But I think the Thalma weren't as well developed in the lore at that point. Weren't the Thalma basically just a goblinoid race at that point? But then Oblivion added to them a lot, if I recall correctly. Was it Skyrim? I think it was Oblivion that like massively expanded out the lore on them. Or was it just in some books that I hadn't read? One or the other. So, even though I know the Thalma are the Snow Elves, I have to admit, I'm not, like, that particular part of the lore I'm not up on enough. Thank you for sharing those sources, Alexi. Oh, that was Frosty. Right, Augur of Dunlane. So this used to be a student, did they? They seem to have ascended to be just a ball of pure energy. So you're the Augur of Dunlane. Thalma is the High Elf Militia. Oh, I got that. I made that same mistake previously. Thalma versus Thalma more. Yeah, I feel so dumb. Sorry. Yeah, the Thalmor, sorry. I also don't remember them from Morrowind. I'm not saying they weren't about at that point, but I don't. I remember the Ordinators. But of course they're Dark Elves, they're Dunmer. Yeah, I don't remember the Thalmor. They're only on Skyrim, I believe. Okay, that would be why. Yes, because wasn't the Somerset Isles... The Somerset Isles have broken free of the Empire in this game, haven't they? And there's a different, like, extremist government in control, something like that. So you're the Augur of Dunlane.
I am that which you have been seeking. Your efforts are in vain. It has already begun.
What, the sphere's being stolen right now or something?
I've not told you what they seek. What you seek.
The Thalma have a tragic story, if I recall. Yes, they do. You're right. Oh, did they mention that in Morrowind? I'm trying to remember. I know the story you're talking about, and it's to do with the Dwemer. That's why I'm wondering if that was actually a Morrowind story or not. The Thalmor are the ones who fought the Empire and forced them to sign the treaty that outlaws Talos worship, in turn setting forth the Skyrim Civil War. Very tragic. I was told to find you. And what is it I'm seeking? And what is it I'm seeking?
You seek that which all who wield magic seek. Knowledge.
Well, that's basically what my whole character's based around.
You shall find this. Knowledge will corrupt. It will destroy. It will consume.
Sounds great.
You seek meaning, shelter in knowledge. You will not find it.
No, I don't think that's what my character's about.
And it shall lead to his end, as it has so many others.
Ah. So... Thalma, what Thalma? We know about this. It's Ankaro was his name. Wasn't it? He was the one that we were warned about. I'm not the first to come see you?
No, though you may be the last. The one who calls
And Kano.
Kano has sought my knowledge as well, through very different questions. Your path differs from most. You are being guided, pushed towards something. It is a good path, one untraveled by many. It is a path that can save your college. I will tell you what you need to know to follow it further.
What do I need?
You, and those aiding you, wish to know more about the Eye of Magnus. You wish to avoid the disaster of which you are not yet aware.
Yes, but not. I don't think my character cares too much about that.
Being blinded, you require his staff.
Okay. And that is?
Now spiral quickly towards the inevitable center. So you must act with haste. Take this knowledge to your archmage.
Actually, that raises another question I'll address in a moment. Oh, okay, I'll address it now then. Yeah, you say take this knowledge to the Archmage. Why was the Archmage being so off-ish about the Augur of Dunlane? Like, we've literally just met with them. We know they exist. They're just underneath the college. Why were they acting like the Augur of Dunlane was just a myth or something like that? Like, a story that was made up to scare students or something. Like, they actually factually exist. They're right there. We've spoken to them. Surely the Archmage would know this. Surely when they first heard the story, if they were already Archmage, or, you know, just in general, they would go looking. I have a feeling the Falmer will be the big bad of the Elder Scrolls 6, but I could be wrong. Hasn't it been confirmed now that the Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be in High Rock? Or have I made that up? The fact you keep mentioning Morrowind, how much did you explore Skyrim dungeons? How do you mean, sorry? The dungeons in this game, Skyrim, or are you referring to the dungeons in Solstheim? That's a good question. Oh, hang on. The ruins are extremely large, if I remember correctly. Very scary. In Morrowind? I don't think they were that big. I don't think they were, like, vastly bigger than Skyrim's dungeons. Daggerfall, yes. Daggerfall had some truly gargantuan dungeons. But that, I mean, Daggerfall is more of a dungeon crawler RPG anyway. Like, that's where it takes its, I was going to say takes its inspiration from, but that is basically what it is. And it's a genre you don't really see today so much. That's a good question. Heavily implied to be set in Hammerfell High Rock, but no official confirmation yet. I see. Well, I was going to say, we haven't seen High Rock since Daggerfall, have we?
What you learn here will last you a lifetime. Several if you're talented.
The only official info we have on ES6 is that it is indeed real, and there will be more trees than any other test game. Oh, were you disappointed as well when you booted up Oblivion and the great forests of Cyrodiil you'd been told so much about didn't materialise? Didn't they tweak the lore as well to try and, like, fix that, didn't they? I've forgotten. I think they said something like someone or other had all the trees cut down or something. Yes. The Skyrim have Falmer, and I don't understand if you know how scary they can be in the ruins. I don't think I've encountered them that much in this game.
Is tainted. Please, don't do anything to anger the locals. They don't need additional reasons to hate us.
Oh, before I forget, let me give Lady Van Priest a follow back. There we go. And did she get a shout out? In case she didn't, I will give her a shout out now. There we go. I've important information for you. Tiber Septon tell us changed Skyrim to make it more habitable or something. Yeah. I don't know, like, I thought it was such a shame, because if you actually read the lore books, all the provinces have really quite different climates and habitats. Like, they're different biomes entirely, and they're all quite fantastical in their own way. And especially after Morrowind delivered so well on the alien world full of giant mushrooms, you know, one was hoping for something equally as alien, as interesting, but a jungle in Oblivion, and then that didn't happen. It, you know, like, it felt like most of the biomes in Oblivion were just taken straight out of various parts of the United States. And frankly, I think the same could be said of Skyrim. In other words, they probably didn't have the tech to make it a lush jungle as it was described in Morrowind. I doubt that. No doubt they would have had to have made compromises, but I suspect it was more to do with the fact that they, you know, wanted to have distant land, which meant that, you know, you'd have to be able to, you know, if you were just in a forest, you wouldn't be able to see very far. They wouldn't be able to make proper advantage of distant land, and I suppose it would just be by making the terrain more mundane, it also would have made it easier to, like, keep it varied, if you see what I mean. Like, just going for, like, a real world mountaintop, a real world grassland, etc, etc. I mean, because that's essentially what they did, isn't it? Like, in Oblivion, it's not like all the places you could go to were the same biome at all, but they were all very ordinary.
What you learn here will last you a lifetime. Several, if you're talented.
Oblivion was also made post Lord of the Rings, so that probably had an influence. I'd never thought of that.
Really? And what might that be?
We need to find the Staff of Magnus.
I'm sorry, what? Well, I'd certainly love to have such a powerful staff, but I'm not really sure that any of us need it.
It's connected to the orb we found.
And how do you know of this?
I spoke with the Augur of Dunlane.
Did you really?
Yes.
And he specifically mentioned the Staff of Magnus?
Yep.
I'm impressed with your initiative. Of course, someone will need to follow up on this.
What should I do next?
A most impressive attitude. Keep this up, and you'll do quite well for yourself.
Indeed.
Something as specific and ancient as the Staff of Magnus. I'm not sure we'd ever find something like that. I seem to recall Mirabelle mentioning the staff somewhat recently. Why don't you see if she can tell you anything?
Okie dokie.
I'm quite pleased with your progress, you know. You've certainly proven yourself to be more than a mere apprentice. Well done. This circlet once proved invaluable to me. I hope it can be of use to you now.
Oh, that's incredibly kind of you, and not necessary. Good intentions, is that what the quest was called? Oh, I think that might be the one we just completed. Right, let's have a look at the circlet, shall we? Where is this? Hang on, it's going to be my inventory, isn't it? Mage's circlet increases your magicka by 50 points. If I wear this, is it going to remove anything? Yeah, it removes the helmet of magicka. Well, the helmet of magicka gives me 40 points instead of 50, so 10 less, but it gives me a lot more armor. So I think that's an easy choice. My idea for ES6 will be, it's set in Hammerfell and the Elect Bay. There will be shipbuilding, sailing, and the main character will probably be a sword singer or even the Hunding, two things very prominent in Redguard lore. I'd never thought of that possibility, but do you know what? That would actually... that actually makes a lot of sense. That is a really good theory. I've never played Elder Scrolls Redguard. But of course we have been to Hammerfell in Redguard, haven't we? So a lot of the places... A lot of the places, they already have a game in which to base them off, if you see what I mean. They wouldn't be making it all new. It's good, as buggy as it is. It has been one that I've been seriously thinking of playing sometime, because this channel tends to be a mix of more action-y games and puzzle games. Like, I usually have like a puzzle game on the go and an action game on the go, and I understand Redguard is a puzzle game, isn't it? Or at least it has strong puzzle elements. So it would be a good fit for this channel. Just looking for Mirabelle. I don't know where she is. Check upstairs quickly. Mirabelle indeed.
Is a perfectly valid
Pikachu!
school of magic, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
How are you, Pikachu? It's lovely to see you. I'll check the other tower then. I know where she is. She's at DS3. Yes, for those that have joined us recently, I recently did a playthrough of the Dark Souls series, 1 through 3, and Elden Ring, and Bloodborne. Quite a lot of our esteemed community, including the ever so lovely Pikachu, are big Dark Souls fans.
If you have a moment, could you help me with something?
Possibly. But Mirabelle comes first. Oh, I remember something I was going to say. It's Autism Acceptance Month. I forgot to mention that last stream.
Don't seem to like delivering letters here.
That's too bad.
Not at all. It means I'm not being hounded about my progress at the college.
I didn't know they'd have conversations through walls like that. I mean, there's no reason you couldn't, as long as the sound carried alright, although it wouldn't be very private.
I'd be a lot warmer and a lot happier with a belly full of need.
Shouldn't drink if you're cold. I know they used to. Where is she then? Is she in none of these? Oh, here she is. Found you.
Please don't bother the Archmage unless it's absolutely necessary. If there are any problems, let me know. It's my job to keep things running smoothly.
Hold on, let me catch up with chat quickly. We've never gotten a proper Hammerfell, as Daggerfall only had a little of it, and I believe Redcard is set on the Isle of Struss Mackay, off the coast of Hammerfell. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I know they did. You know the people that did Tamriel Rebuilt, or are doing, they're still doing it. They're still expanding Morrowind to be the entirety of the province of Morrowind. I seem to remember that they started around the time Oblivion came out. Or maybe they predated it, but certainly they were around when Oblivion was the new hot thing. And I seem to remember there was a short-lived sister project where they were going to put the entirety of Tamriel into the Oblivion engine, which they abandoned. But I think they did actually get like a sizable-ish Hammerfell mod out, which I've never played. Obviously that's unofficial. So, Pepsi or Cola? Sunset Sarsaparilla. You'll have to tell me what that is, Pikachu. The only correct answer. The biggest amount of Hammerfell content we have is in fact on ESO. Ah, I've never played ESO. Sunset Sarsaparilla is indeed a delightful fictional beverage. My expertise, I must confess, lies strictly with real-world concoctions. No, it's real. I got some in a case from Costco. Soda from Fallout New Vegas. Ah, thank you. Do you know anything about the Staff of Magnus?
Well, now that's an odd question. Why in the world would you be asking?
Archmage Aaron said you mentioned it recently. It may be connected to the Eye of Magnus.
The Eye of Magnus?
Yep.
I can appreciate that this thing, this orb, it's very impressive. Very unique and definitely worth studying. But let's not jump to any conclusions or assign it importance beyond what we're certain of.
The Augur referred to it as the Eye of Magnus, not me.
The Augur? Just what have you gotten yourself involved in? Whatever is going on, whatever you're up to, be very careful.
Sorry. So, the Staff of Magnus.
Well, it's said to be very powerful. Has the capacity to store an incredible amount of magical power, as the story goes. But it's more myth than anything at this point. I've no doubt that it actually exists, but no one has seen it in, what, decades?
Only decades?
I'm not sure.
You're telling me this is an ancient artifact and people had seen it decades ago? What the Synod? Pikachu, I'm most obliged for this clarification. My record, it seems, require updating. How fascinating. You better be obliged. Pikachu, I assure you, my gratitude for your clarification on Sunset Sarsaparilla is quite genuine. It is a pleasure to have one's understanding expanded, particularly concerning such unique and apparently tangible beverage. A unique and apparently tangible beverage. My records are now considerably richer for your input. Who are the Synod?
Mages based out of Cyrodiil. They fancy themselves the imperial authority on magic these last few hundred years.
What happened to the Mages Guild? Oh, we were told about this, weren't we?
Favor from the Emperor. Lots of politics, little magic. I was quite surprised to find them on our doorstep. They seemed amiable enough, but their line of questioning made me uneasy. It became clear they're trying to hoard powerful artifacts, looking to consolidate power.
So they might have it. So no one knows the staff's location. It's going to forget in 30 seconds. Oh, have a lovely lurk, Pikachu. And thank you for stopping by to chat. I do appreciate it.
No one here does. The Synod seemed convinced it was somewhere in Skyrim. They inquired about the ruins of Mizulft, but that's all I remember. It sounded like they were heading there, though they were rather secretive about...
So is this going to be another go there, kill everyone that moves?
Chance they might be in Mizulft yet. Just don't expect them to be cooperative.
Yes. Here we go. Once again, our poor noblewoman is sent out to dirty her hands. Okay. Do you know, I've just noticed something. They've done away with having ranks. Back in Morrowind, if you were advancing through a guild's quest line, you would get to a certain point and they would say, wow, we don't have any more quests for someone that's just a journeyman, or what have you. And then you'd have to explicitly ask them, can I advance my rank, please? And if you had done enough quests for them and your stats were high enough, then they would grace you with advancement. What was I thinking? Oh, I remember, sorry. This isn't where I wanted to be. There was that student that spoke to me. Earlier they said, oh, could you help me with something? And I said, no, Mirabelle comes first. I'll come back. I should come back. It was you, wasn't it?
I still need some help, if you can spare the time.
What do you need help with?
We're all trying to become better mages, right?
Why are so many people coming in here now?
A few spells on. Nothing dangerous, really. Would you be willing to assist me?
Oh my goodness. You are hungry. I think after the amount of time she spent in Winterhold College, even if our character doesn't feel loyal to the institution itself, would she help out? I mean, it sounds like it could be risky. Can't you practice on yourself?
No, not that kind of spell. Believe me when I say I wouldn't be asking if it weren't necessary.
Can you give some more details? I'm kind of leaning... I don't think my character is the helpful... I think my character isn't all that bothered about being helpful. I think she probably would if it's easy. Or if she could do it, or if she could help out, like, without committing massively. But she's basically just asked, can she have permission to cast any old spell without telling us what it is on us and check the results. I think that's going to have to be, I don't think so.
Oh. Well, if you change your mind, let me know.
If I was playing a different character, it would be a yes. But I don't think this character would, to be perfectly honest. Beautiful day. Alrighty. Let us sup. Okoloaf, you are well fed. How's my character doing otherwise? Fatigue, tired. Alright, we should probably head to the inn then. And rest for another day. The problem is... how bad is it? Pretty bad. The thing I'm just thinking though is we were told, like story-wise, we were told that they had arrived at these ruins. I should check what the ruins are actually. And they don't know how long they're going to be there. In fact, we don't even know if they're still there. I can't help but think would want to move fast. I'm not seeing the place. I do wish this game had like a Daggerfall-like search for locations bar. If you could just type in the name of a place and then it would like show you all the results and take you there. Is that the place? I think that is. Hang on. Let me check the journal. Ruins of Mazoft. That is the place. Okay, so we know where we're going. That's good. I don't know what the best path there is going to be, though. Have we ever been to Windhelm? I don't think we've been to Windhelm. We probably want to go through Windhelm. That's probably going to be the easiest way to get there. Where's our wonderful horse?
Some are saying the Sijic monks have been seen in Skyrim. They're an ancient order. I haven't figured for that.
So everyone's heard of the Sijic order but us. Okie dokie. Actually, to be fair, given that our character is a noblewoman from the Somerset Isles, I think, or at least a highborn woman, I think she would have heard of the Sijic order. It was just me that hadn't. Right, so if I understood the map correctly, we just followed this path along. Oh my goodness! I saw that big cat coming up on the left-hand side. Oops. Okay, never mind. I was trying to turn the camera around so I could see what was going on behind us, but that doesn't seem possible in this game. We could do that in Red Dead 2, couldn't we? Red Dead Redemption 2, I thought. Trying to check what the path is doing up ahead. Because this is where we'd turned before to go to the Shrine of Azura, but we don't want to do that this time. Feels like the path just ends here, which is no good. Okay, if I want to make it to Windhelm, what are my options? My best option, it looks like, is to take a left turn. And then, like, follow the shape of these. Oh, there's another path down here. Okay. This is probably it then. We like follow the outline of this mountain range around. You are very cold. Yes. it goes without saying that we're going to need to warm up at Windhelm. Like, we're not going to be able to just keep going.
Thought I heard something.
Oh dear. Doesn't sound like they're having a great day. What's that up ahead? If I run past here, will it add it to the map? No, unfortunately I don't think... Oh, maybe something up here? Nope. Unfortunately it's so cold I don't think we can afford to stop here. That's what I was hoping it'd be added to the map. But oh well. Here we go. Windhelm. I'm a little concerned by the lack of any sort of obvious entrance. Not to mention all the wolves. Between those two, please stop eating my horse. You are freezing. Uh-oh. This has just gone from bad to worse. I don't know if the game's smart enough to take freezing water into account, though. Like, if this was real life, that would have been a disaster. I think we may have gotten away with it, though. Hey, Mealy. Still falling? Okay, here we go. This appears to be where we want it to be. Hopefully we can get in before we actually freeze. Oh, this is a big place. Yeah, it looks like it has its own... It looks like it's one of those...
Is that a Zura star? How did you come to possess such a rare treasure?
How can you see that I have that? I hardly think I'm going to be wearing it as a brooch.
You come here where you're not wanted. You eat our food, you pollute our city with your stink, and you refuse to help the Stormcloaks.
We haven't taken a side because it's not our fight.
Hey, maybe the reason these Greyskins don't help in the war is because they're Imperial spies.
Imperial spies? You can't be serious.
Maybe we'll pay you a visit tonight, little spy. We got ways of finding out what you really are.
Excuse me? I'm not allowed to speak with them.
Do you hate the Dark Elves? Are you here to bully us and tell us to leave?
No, I don't hate your people. Yes, I do hate the Dark Elves.
You've come to the wrong city then. Windhelm's a haven of prejudice and narrow thinking. Unworthy of one such as you.
I'm warm? Wait, how did that happen so quickly? Looked like those Nords were giving you trouble.
Nothing new there. Most of the Nords living in Windhelm don't care much for us. But Rolf is the worst by far. He likes to get drunk and walk around the Grey Quarter yelling insults at us in the small hours of the morning. Oh, a real charmer, that one.
Why would anyone think you're a spy?
Some of these Nords will come up with any excuse to despise us. And it isn't just the Dark Elves they hate. They make a target of the Argonians as well.
Argonian Dark Elf relations, I don't remember being brilliant.
It's fair game for their bullying.
Are we actually warm? We're warm. Why did we just suddenly, like, go from We heated up very quickly. Oh, was it proximity to this? I mean, not that I'm complaining, it's just... I was thinking we'd have to stay here a good deal longer. But okay. Looks like we got what we needed. We're warm. Rightio. So we go back across the bridge. We carry on... not directly south. Okay. I need to, like, follow... I need to go to the right. So once we hit green land, I need to start following... Sorry, it'd be our left hand, wouldn't it? I have to follow the left-hand edge. It's like right as we're looking at the map, but since we'll be travelling south, it'll be on our left. That's easy enough. If you enjoy these sort of cozy streams, I'm usually live on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays from 6 o'clock UK time, and on Saturdays doing Stardew Valley, first playthrough with the wonderful Manipulate Everything from 4 o'clock UK time. Oh, a building. What was that? Keen's Grove. Fair enough. I don't intend to go there immediately, but nice to have it marked off on the map. Oh dear. Oh my goodness, mammoths. Please leave my horse alone. I would suggest you head the other way. You are in for not such a great experience if you carry on that way. Was there something up there? Oh, just some sort of roots or something. Cosmic bonfire? Yeah, we're intending to continue the D&D sometime very soon. Yeah, we had to take a break because one of us things was going on in their real life that required attention. What was that? Oh, must have been you. But I think in the next week or two we'll probably have more Cosmic Bonfire. Also, I know one of the members of Cosmic Bonfire was talking about the possibility of, on weeks when we can't do the D&D, doing some Baldur's Gate 3 instead. Nothing's been confirmed yet, so I can't promise anything. But there was quite a bit of interest in that, so that's also a distinct possibility. No ETA yet, but it won't be long. Yeah, we need to arrange another. We need to sort that out between us. Figure out when the next one's going to be. Speaking personally, I think I could do next week, but not the week after that. But then every Friday after that for the foreseeable future, I would be. So I guess probably. It's probably going to end up being. Either next week or like in 3 weeks' time, I would guess. But I don't know. That needs to be discussed and worked out. And we haven't done that yet. It's coming though, don't you worry.
Crystal. Gone. Find apparatus. Inoculary.
Oh dear. I just tried to talk with them and they just died violently. Research log. Resolved key. Is this Dwemer technology? I didn't think the Dwemers were in Skyrim. I mean, Skyrim's not that close to Morrowind, is it? And I thought the Dwemer were based in the region that became Morrowind. Then again, didn't Oblivion have some Dwemer stuff? I think it might have. Attendant Gavros, the Council has become aware of the lack of progress in your group's efforts. They are particularly displeased to learn that your specifications for the focusing crystal were completely incorrect. The entire Binders Conclave has worked tirelessly, and the Council is quite sure this new crystal will suit your needs. You're herewith entrusted with delivering the crystal to the site, completing your work and delivering a full report to the Council with all possible haste. So why wasn't there a crystal on their person then? The Council trusts you will deliver the crystal to the Oculary personally, and there will be no further complications. First, adjunct Oron Rail. Are these gears likely to hurt us? I'll tell you what, if this was real life, how scary would a gear like that just in the ground be? Imagine if you got your foot caught just as it was about to go under. What a horrible thought. Yeah, you don't seem to have any crystal on you, even though your research log, even though there didn't appear to be any research being done, even though your research log seemed to indicate there might be. So why would the Staff of Magnus be in what I think is a Dwemer ruin? Hang on. Dwemer Bowl. Yep, this is Dwemer stuff. Was Magnus a Dwemer? I was advancing slowly because I was suspicious of traps. But I must admit, even though I was suspicious of traps, I missed that. Okay, I can open these things, they just seem to be lights. Synod Researcher. Why are so many... Why have we encountered 2 of them so far and they're dead? Were they expecting to find something in here, but then found the defenses overwhelming? Dwarven Spider Worker. So for those that aren't familiar with the Elder Scrolls series, bit of lore for you. I'm debating in my head how much to tell you without spoiling things. The dwarves no longer exist, but their creations do. And in the Elder Scrolls, the dwarves are a elven race. They are actually a type of, or were a type of diminutive elf. That didn't sound good. Is something big heading towards me? Okay, good. Very good. I'll tell you what, we haven't leveled today, have we? I remember the last few streams we've been doing Skyrim, we were getting levels left, right and centre. Guess he didn't want to talk. Thank you, Pikachu, I appreciate that. I know, it did seem a bit extreme, didn't it? Rather than talk to me, he just bit down hard on his cyanide capsule. Sorry, that was a bit of dark humour. I hope nobody minds. Are those spikes that are about to come up? Yeah. So which way's the main path and which way's the side path? 'Tis the age-old question. Maybe this is like a treasure room off to the side. Oh, we can level. I just need to rest. Well, this definitely doesn't look like the way forwards. I tell you what, since having played so much Nier, there's a couple of quality of life things in Nier that I wish Skyrim had now. One of them is like in Nier you can hold down a button and then it will highlight all the things you can interact with, which would include things that you can pick up. It'd be really nice to have that here. And the other thing is it had a soul gem on it. Interesting. And the other one that would be nice is when we're looking at the books. In Nier, it was possible to ask it to change the font it was using from a like realistic handwriting type font to just as readable as possible font. Popping out to do some stuff. Have a wonderful stream. Okie dokie Pikachu. Thank you for dropping by. I really do appreciate it. It's always such a treat to have you here. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Where did you even come from? Hang on, if this is... Oh no, that does make sense. I was going to say, if this is a spider, why does it only have 6 legs? But it didn't, because I think that is supposed to be an extra set of legs at the front. It's not a mandible. So it attacks with 2, and then the other 6 are for walking around, I think. Look how tired our poor character is. You can tell by how little magicka they have left. Wait, hold on. Oh, I see. These both go to the execs. Okay, that makes sense. That was confusing me for a second. Well, we're still seeing the Dwemer lanterns, but now... I mean, are we supposed to believe this is Dwemer timber? Somehow I doubt it. Moonstone ore vein. Interesting. Okay. You've been poisoned. Oh my goodness, sorry. I did not appreciate how quickly we were dying there. I was looking at the text in the top left because I was worried that we might get diseased. Okay, we're not that far back. Which is nice. Let's pull out the Forsworn Bow. I think a good critical hit here might... or sneak attack, technically. I think a good sneak attack here might do a lot of good. Oh my goodness, that thing still hasn't been seriously injured. Didn't we get... Shouldn't we have got like the 3 times damage from the sneak attack? Okay, we're good. It backed off. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a sudden difficulty spike, doesn't it? These things seem way worse than anything we've had to fight so far. Anything else, I mean. Yeah, I'm getting the full 3 times damage. And the thing is still tanking it all. Why? Leave me be! No! What a terrifying sight. It won't leave us alone! Oh my goodness. At this rate, I'm going to run out of ruins to retreat through. Hang on. I can use the traps to my advantage. Where'd it go? Has it lost us? I think it's close enough. Oh. Yeah, I was going to say, I think it was close enough to dying there that we could risk it. What a clown car. Though. Yeah, that's valuable, but it's also heavy. So I won't take that. What a clown car of a victory. Oh well. History is written by the victors, and when Lady Ashvale retells this story, I'm sure it'll be a lot less clown carish and a lot more heroic. So there was a giant bug staring me in my face. I looked it in those dead staring eyes, and I said, "No, sir, not today." I wouldn't give an inch of ground to the thing. As is my style. Uh-oh. I've made a terrible error. Well, we're alive. Ow. Well, progress is being made. Oh no. We're under attack again. I mean, I think we're winning the battle of attrition currently, but it's going to be close. Nope, we're not taking on 2. That's just not a thing. I'm going to have to check myself for diseases after this. Looks like they've given up, which is good news for us. Nope. Why is it that the wild animals will flee when they're injured, but oh no, the people will flee, won't they? But then they come back. That was it. I knew there was something weird about fleeing in Skyrim, because there was that character earlier on who said they surrendered, we let them go, and then just after a while they came back. Hang on, I thought there were 2 of them. I am confused. I thought we were fighting one of them, and then I saw like a health bar that was full, and I concluded there's another one of these here, and I ran. Maybe not? Or maybe it was like chasing us and hasn't made its way back yet? I don't know. Oh dear. We're back into ruins proper. I don't know why there was a section that, like, wasn't fully built. Like, it doesn't look like this used to be... this doesn't look like this used to be... like, properly carved out ruins, but then it collapsed. It looks like this was never fully built. But this section seems to be fully built. Let's keep advancing slowly and carefully. Oh, I just noticed we appear to be a little hungry. The Dawnmare? I'm not sure what the Dawnmare are. Or are you referring to the Dunmer? I know what that is. Ow, 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 ow. These things were all over Morrowind. First one I've seen in Skyrim though. But as soon as I realised we were going into a more ruin, I realised that we were likely to run into a few of these. Ow. Do you know all the Mer? No. I know the playable Mer. The Dunmer, which are the Dark Elves. The Altmer, which are the High Elves. The Bosmer, which are the Wood Elves. I think that's all the pure blood. Playable elves. I say pure blood because the Bretons have some elven blood in them as well. But they're hybrids. They're part human, part elf. If you actually look at the lore, the idea was that the Bretons were the result of some humans that were enslaved by elves for a long period, and some of the elf genetics made their way into them, into that population, for reasons. Dwarven metal ingot, blimey. There's also the Dwemer, which are the dwarves, no longer around, and we're in a Dwemer ruin right now. And then there's the Falmer, who are the Snow Elves. We'll probably see a lot of those when we go to Solstheim. I think one of the DLCs is set in Solstheim, in both this game and Morrowind, different DLCs. Or expansions, as they were known back in the day. I'm trying to remember what the original name of the Dunmer was. Was it the Chimer? Chalmer? Something like that. I'm trying to remember. Yep, Falmer are the Snow Elves. This ruin should have Falmer? No, Dwemer. But the Dwemer are gone. Only their machines are left. Off the top of my head, that's all the elves I remember. I know there was an older race of elves that gave rise to all the others. Like they get talked about in like the legends of the creation of Tamriel. I've forgotten what they were called, but they also had a name. If you want to get really technical... Oh no, in fact this isn't even technical, is it? The orcs are the Orsmer, aren't they? If I recall correctly. So the orcs are also elves. I was going to say if you get technical, and then I remembered that no, the orcs do actually have an elvish name as well, don't they? The Orismer, I think? I wish I could remember the proper name for the Dunmer antecedent. They enslaved the Felmer, so in some ruins you might find them. That's true, they did. That's a fair point. There we go. Well, that hurt. Let me ask Frosty quickly. Frosty, what was the original name of the Dunmer before they were cursed? I swear it begins with CH. I think it's like Chilmer or Kaimer or something. I should have put a question mark on the end of that. Oh, Chima. Or Kima. They're a race of Oldmer. Oh, Oldmer is probably the name I was thinking of. The group that weren't yet the Altmer, but which gave rise to all the others. The fatigue mechanic makes the game more interesting and realistic. I'm not a huge fan of fatigue in Skyrim. I mean, it's not terrible, but I don't think it's anything to write home about. I don't think the game would be drastically worse if they didn't have fatigue in it. There are games that I've seen that have done fatigue well. I just don't think Skyrim's one of them. I think even Morrowind did a better job of fatigue. Just because in Morrowind you had more fatigue, effectively. Like, I don't know if it was the score was higher or if it was just you used it less quickly. But it also regenerated a lot more slowly. And so it made different combat. And I should also point out, the type of... depending upon the weapon you were using, you could end up using a lot of fatigue very quickly. So that tended to differentiate the different fighting styles a lot more. Like if you were using like big two-handed weapons, you were going to be getting through your fatigue very quickly, and managing fatigue in combat was going to be very difficult for you. Whereas if you were using something else, say magic, you weren't going to be getting through your fatigue very quickly at all. Oh, an interesting chest. I'll loot these precious archaeological finds. Seems like the thing to do. Is that actually supposed to be like a Dwemer alchemy table, which looked identical to a modern alchemy table? I know Daggerfall had a tiredness mechanic instead of fatigue. The difference being that in that game, fatigue played a similar sort of role in that tiredness, I should say, played a similar sort of role in that you'd get worse at everything, but it was supposed to be used up over the course of a day. Like, you could run around for like minutes at a time, and yeah, your tiredness would go down, but you wouldn't like lose it all, because it takes a very long time to tire a young athletic person out. So it was more about limiting what you could get done in a day than what you could get done in a moment. I think that is something that changed over time. Not just in... Not just in Elder Scrolls, but in role-playing games in general. I think the older ones tended to have... Blast. I think they tended to have more tiredness-based mechanics, and then over time, they made the character tiredness disappear more quickly, but then also regenerate. And then that rate of regeneration got quicker and quicker and quicker over time, such that the old idea of tiredness sort of just organically morphed into stamina, and Morrowind sort of caught in the middle. It was released at a time during which this transition was happening. And it ended up with a sort of halfway house intermediate. But I do think the halfway house intermediate has something to be said for. Dear me, we got hurt quite badly there. But as I say, for Skyrim itself, I'm not oversold on the fatigue mechanic. I don't object to it being here, but I also don't think it adds a great deal. I don't think... If the game just didn't have fatigue, I would feel the game was greatly missing anything. Dearie me. A weight of 1 for 50 gold. That's kind of on the cusp of being worth it. If you're wondering whether something's worth picking up in these games, what you usually do, like the normal formula, is just divide value by weight. You know, if you come across something that's worth 200 gold, you might think, oh, that's really good. But if it's like a heavy, like, chest plate or something that's going to take up 50 weight, I suppose they're supposed to be pounds, although I'm not sure if that's ever actually explicitly stated. If it's 50 weight, then that's really not very good. But conversely, something that's only worth 10 gold, but only weighs 0.1, that's pretty good. And because loot tends to be quite common in these games, if you just follow that rule of thumb, just divide value by weight, you will find your inventory will fill up with a lot of value quite quickly. At least so I've found. I don't trust this for a minute, and that was even before I saw these bodies. What is that the body of, though? I mean, they look humanoid, but it is a Falmer. Poor thing. Oh, value 10, weight 0.2. So that's, by weight, the same value as gold ore. Look at this. 0.5, but a value of 58. That's good. Now you can keep your ears. Yeah, look at the eyes. They're actually, the Falmer are actually blind. Their ancestors weren't. That's actually part of the lore. But the modern day ones are. So the Falmer actually referred to two different races, really. There's like the historic Falmer, which were an intelligent, largely peaceful people. Like the other main races in the Elder Scrolls series. But then they got enslaved by the Dwemer, and they were... So the story goes, they were basically... the Dwemer hated them so much that they decided to control their breeding patterns, such that they turned into these creatures, which are these savage goblin-like creatures that are also blind, which is quite sad. But they both get called Falmer. What was that? Bazofu Belfry or something? Although a question is, why was that a Falmer body and not a skeleton? That suggests that there's been a Falmer living down here recently that was only recently killed. And as far as I'm aware, I mean, do we know how long they live actually? Could that actually have been a Falmer that's been here for over 1,000 years since the Dwemer disappeared? Or... no one's been looting these, which strikes me as very strange. Someone's been getting through these constructs but not looting them. Oh, did you see that garnet? It weighed only 0.1, but it had a value of 100. So by weight, it has the value of 1,000 gold per unit weight, presumably pound. Did I see someone moving over there, or did I imagine that? Ferns. Ferns grow down here for some reason. If there was, I don't see them moving now. I keep checking the bodies of the researchers, hoping that they'll have like another journal on them that'll update us. So far, no such luck. This place. I mean, look at all the stuff on the floor. That place seems to have been roughed up a bit. I'm not sure why. A living Falmer of the post-slavery kind. Hang on, we need to retreat and heal. Retreat and heal. Blimey. Poor thing. Interesting that it had gold on it. Do they still barter with gold? You know, within their society? So that was probably the thing that I saw moving around earlier. You're weary. We are weary. We need to sleep soon, but I don't think the game lets us. Unless we find a bedroll. I'm pushing my character quite hard here, because I don't think they would have wanted to... given the way it was implied to them that there wasn't a lot of time. I don't think they'd have stopped to have a nap. Like, they were told they were heading towards the ruins. They were here quite a long time ago. You need to act with haste. That was expressed to them on multiple occasions. Even though they were tired, I don't think they would have taken a nap. They'd have been like, okay, fine, this needs to happen now. But we're paying the price for that. I wish they hadn't just wandered off. That must be a different one. You're supposed to be blind. How did you know I was there? Do you mind not doing that to me? I think there's at least one more over there. I don't have eyes on them currently. I think they're there. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that although they're blind in lore... Oh, maybe there's not another. Although the lore says they're blind, I'm not sure that the game engine actually considers them to be blind, because it did rather seem like they just saw us then. I have to say. Okay. That's an ideal. Oh, dearie me. I don't have a lot of lockpicks, I've just noticed. That wasn't easy. If they wanted to simulate tiredness, they could always make skill checks like that harder when you're tired. I don't think they do. They could. That looks like a tunnel out of here. So who built that tunnel and when and why? Who was inside this ruin and thought, hey, that wall there, that should be a tunnel? Is that some sort of Falmer religious symbol? Or perhaps it's a territory marker or something? Unclear. You're warm. Well, that's a good thing. There's something down there. It's either one of those insects or another one of those... It's one of those insects. I was going to say, it's either another one of those insects or it's a... one of those insect-like robots. Good, 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 good. Flawless amethyst. Look at that. 0.1 weight, but 180 value. So that's worth 1,800 per unit weight. I'll take the iron arrows and the lockpick. In fact, I think everything in here is fantastic for us. Looting more priceless archaeological finds that we're just going to squander. I mean, we're not going to put that lockpick in a museum. We're just going to use it and then have it break one day. Good thing I have a lot of fire arrows. Oh my goodness, there's more. They're not stopping. I might be in trouble here. Did I kill myself? I didn't even know I could do that. I mean, it makes sense. They are explosive arrows. I just didn't know that was a thing. Okay, so I have to treat it a bit more like the rocket launcher in Doom then. There's at least one more up there. But I don't think it's aware of us. So we'll scoot round the corner. And we'll heal ourselves. I know you're around here, I just can't see you. I could be standing on top of it and I wouldn't know. If it found us before, it can't be far from here. Hang on, is that a trap? That's a tripwire. Is it you? It set the trap off. Oops, I did not mean to pick up that chitin. How do I drop it? Shame I can't sort by most recently picked up. No, I can't seem to. That's annoying. What's it going to be classed as? Ah, chorus chitin, there it is. Drop. If you want to read just Frosty's guesses. Well, I know you've been doing the sending Frosty emojis and asking them to guess what film it is for a long time, but you usually don't tell Frosty whether they're right or not. I'm just curious, like... Unless you're just picking random emojis and seeing what Frosty says. I really mucked that up. So they still know how to use magic then. That was such an opportunity there I squandered. They didn't have to be right, that's the point. Oh heck yeah. Lovely to see you, Super Hash Bros. Hope you're well. It's a pleasure as always, how are you? You're very welcome. Doing a little Skyrim race on Monday with Juicy. Oh yes? Tell me more, tell me more. So I've been prescribing, practicing. That makes more sense. So tell me more about the race. If you don't mind, that is. Hang on, I just noticed we're hungry. I think a salmon steak in the middle of a dungeon sounds delightful. We're so tired, it's getting hard to even identify. It feels like a waste to use one of my rare arrows to finish them off when they're that low. Also saying, we're so tired, it's getting hard to even see the enemies. Where are you? There you are. Job done. You have been poisoned. Wonderful. Yeah, it's going to be a long form race to get all the shouts, I believe. What are you using for the fire? My arrows. They're fire arrows. I picked them up at the shop. Like, just at a random shop. They're really good. I definitely need to make sure I pick up more of these. But then again, every time I've seen them available, since I was paying attention to arrows, I've bought all I can. It's not like I've been skimping on them. The bows don't give the effect? I don't know if bows can. I assume they can. I assume, like in Morrowind, either can apply the effect, but I don't know for sure. The enchanted bows can also have fire damage from what I remember. Yeah, that would be my guess, I just wasn't sure. Wish I hadn't missed all those arrows. Nearly out of my precious fire arrows. Then again, I usually let the game just decide what arrows I'm using from the selection we have. A master... Oh my goodness. Alright, we're definitely saving out here. This is a master level lock to pick. That did something. No! Oh my goodness. I'm down to 6 lockpicks. No. Got it. Not easy though. Not easy one bit. Maybe when I next level I should look into grabbing some more lockpicking. A skeleton? Is this a Dwemer skeleton? I thought the Dwemer weren't that tall. Oh well, what do I know? I think it would be fun to use the spell to make the bow. Do you have it? What do you mean, sorry? Use the spell to make the bow. Oh, bound bow? Yeah, I don't have bound bow. I have bound sword, but not bound bow. Maybe next time I'm in Winterhold I should ask around for that specific spell. I'm sure they must have a conjuration teacher there. Oh my goodness. Another lock. No. Notice how I'm leveling every time now. The locks are so high level, I think, that they are causing us to level just for the attempt. Well, not just for the attempt, for the successful attempt. Like, we're getting the locks are so much higher level than our in-game level that when I successfully pick one, the game just gives us the level straight up. Although it raises a point, I don't think we've a stone bed we can level here. I think we'll risk it. We are very tired. I don't think we've ever gained multiple levels from one lock. No! I thought I had it then. No! Alright. That is unfortunate. I think we're going to take a little power nap. Magic, please. Yeah, should I start investing in some more health? Probably. Alright, lockpicking we were saying, weren't we? Novice locks are much easier to pick. Apprentice locks are much easier to pick. Really? This isn't very good. Quick hands. Being able to pick locks without being noticed. Adept locks. Find more golden chests. I don't actually like this perk tree very much. It doesn't seem very worth it. Alright, what else might I go for? That looks worth it. And can I get a perk that gives me more... a higher chance of... or even more damage with bows? I could go with a crit chance, but I'm thinking more... can I get a higher multiplier when I get a sneak attack? I've already got that. Don't look like it. I think I'll... oh, hang on. Eagle Eye? Pressing block while aiming will zoom in your view. That is good, but I do want that, but I feel like just more straight up damage is better. Honestly. Oh wait, did 4 hours completely restore our... how sleepy we were? Completely wake us up? I thought it was only going to partially restore us. Maybe I only have to sleep for like an hour. Which would seem like a bit of a weakness to the system they've designed, if so. Do you have the fort location? Nope. And I don't particularly want to metagame it either. Being out of lockpicks is a real drag. Blimey. Shame about the mist arrow, but... oh my goodness, that went right past her face. I can't hit to save my life. Well, which may be exactly what I'm asked to do shortly. Poor thing. The zoom is pretty cool. I know it would be pretty cool, but like, it's quality of life, whereas extra damage will just save our life, you know? Oh my goodness. We were killed quickly. That thing showed no mercy. Ouch. That looked painful. What happened to the other Falmer? I thought we defeated 2 Falmer here. I'm not sure. Time to run. Those insects hurt a lot more than the Falmer. I don't know why the Falmer don't attack us. Oh, sorry, I don't know why the insects don't attack the Falmer is what I'm trying to say, sorry. Looks like we can exploit the Monty Python maneuver. Ow. Well, more or less. No. Well, another job well done. Oh, there's water down there. I've only just realised. What do you suppose the function of this was? Is there supposed to be water pooling down there, or is one of their pipes broken? I mean, it's not deep enough to be a bath. But I can't see why else you'd want to just have, like, a pool of water there. I don't think this is supposed to be, like, some sort of steam room or something, and they're heating it. Wouldn't mind another lockpick. Don't even know where we get lockpicks from reliably. I mean, I assume certain sellers sell them. I know you can get it as random loot, but... obviously I'm thinking of something a little more reliable than that. I need to find out if there's a way I can get silent spell casting. That would be handy. Then again, they might do it by school with a different perk for each school or something. Did you check to see if they can be crafted? No. How would I do that? Is there a crafting menu? We've gone deeper. Seems like a Kundran Atronach angle. Uh-oh. Nearly died. Okay, frost arrows. Ice arrows, I apologise. Oh my goodness, not what I meant. I seem to be stuck. There we go, I can move again. Logically into blacksmithing, but you have to check. But don't you need some sort of equipment to blacksmith? Good. I am getting through these arrows at a truly alarming rate. Oh, a farmer's supple bow. Don't mind if I do. That seems like an improvement over my current bow. Which would be very much appreciated. It is indeed. I don't even know what I originally had it set to. Maybe 4? That was probably 1. No equipment. The things you need are materials. How would I access such a menu then? Like you said, it's under blacksmithing. How do I get to the blacksmithing menu? Oh my goodness. Tell you what's interesting. Either I haven't yet learnt how to tell the Falmer male and females apart, or it seems like every single one we've met so far has been male, which seems unlikely, or at least notable. The store in Whiterun is everything outside. Are you mocking me? No, I'm not mocking you. Well, that's my point. You need equipment to do it. I can't just make some lockpicks here. I'd need to go to somewhere like Whiterun. Uh-oh. I'm dead. How are we looking? Right, back round here. No, I wasn't mocking you. I apologise if that's how it came across, but I was asking a genuine question. I feel like using ice magic on the snow elves is possibly not the best strat. No! They're gonna get me. Part of the problem is I can't have heal on my right hand when I'm using the bow, so my left hand, when I'm using the bow because it's a two-handed weapon. I'm not sure if it depends on the game version, but it would be cool to see. I'll certainly have a look when we're next in some sort of town. Alright, this is a lot less elegant, but I think my odds are better, because I can do this. Why was I not allowed to... You cannot cast a spell while shouting. Yeah, but you weren't letting me shout. Uh-oh. I'm doing my best to hold my own, but goodness me. That was weird. That health bar didn't seem to drop to... wait, hang on. What health bar is it showing me? That was weird. Blimey. Well, we survived. The scimitar certainly did a better job than the bow in this specific case. Is that a female? Maybe? Hard to say. Wait, are we walking slowly because... Hang on, you can have my old bow then, so that I have more carry weight. We're walking... Yeah, I think because we were frozen. I think because they're magic. Why do you have a butterfly wing? Poor butterfly. I think because they're using cold magic, they were slowly freezing us, and that's why we're moving more slowly. Or were. Can you apply some poison to the boat? I haven't done that yet. I assume I can? Haven't seen any sign of those Synod scholars for a long time, have we? Ah, master lock. I want to get through it. Oh, but I don't have any lockpicks. Why, game? Why? The fact you ignore alchemy ingredients is a bit triggering. I'll take that. Oh, maybe I was over encumbered. Maybe that's why I wasn't walking quickly. That would make more sense. Don't have the key. I mean, our character's not built for alchemy, is the thing. Until you have a certain level of alchemy, you can't even see what the effects are. Although, thinking about it, they may have changed that in Skyrim. It's probably based on perks now. Ominous. You should just eat one and you'll learn the first use. When you say I'll learn the first use, does the game remember or do I have to write it down? Not that I'm against writing it down, it's just like, given our character's already quite rich anyway, I'm not sure investing in alchemy right now makes sense. Rich in the backstory sense, not fiscally rich. Dwarven Spider Guardian. Ow, actually this thing really hurts. Okay. I underestimated the Spider Guardian. The game. One item has 4 uses. Yes, I'm aware of that. But like in Morrowind, if your alchemy was low enough that you couldn't identify any of the uses, there was still a chance that it would trigger the first effect if you ate it, but it wasn't a 100% chance. And even if it did, the game, I'm pretty sure, didn't then remember that you'd eaten it before. You would have to write it down if you wanted to learn that way, and it was usually much easier just to start with a character with more alchemy, because it's not hard to build a character with enough alchemy that they can always see the first effect of alchemical ingredients. Scroll of Chain Lightning, goodness me. Eat one and see. Draft of lockpicking. But seriously, if we can't find the key, we're in trouble. Where's clairvoyance? Maybe this can point us the right way. I'm dubious about that, but we'll check. Hang on, let me make sure the right quest is selected. That's the one. It still says back here. I'm dubious. Are you just going to take me to the door up here? We'll see. I've got a feeling this is taking me out the building. There's a limit to how far I'm willing to backtrack before I just say this thing's probably misleading me. Yeah, I think it's misleading me. We had this problem before when we tried to use clairvoyance. We'd like arrived at the dungeon that we were supposed to, and I'd used clairvoyance and it was just leading me backwards and backwards and backwards, and then until it got me back to the entrance, and then it was saying like, oh, you need to go out. And I was thinking, what do you mean I need to go out? But I did, and then I used it again, and then it said, you need to go in. And, you know, going in and out a few times and using clairvoyance, it became clear that it was actually attracted to the door. It was just, like, attracted to the entrance door to the dungeon. And so it was no help inside the dungeon. Anyway, point is there's a door we need to open, and we don't currently have the key. There's unfortunately a chance that to get through there, I'm gonna need to lockpick the master door, which would be unfortunate. I think I picked the correct quest. Yes. That's the correct one. You're out of lockpicks. Tis a shame. Alright, I don't like it, but I think our only real choice is to leave and come back and hope that we can do so quickly enough that they don't respawn in time. I mean, I think this makes in-game sense as well. Like, what's our character going to do? There's certain doors they need to get through. They need lockpicks to do so. And they don't have them. You have the last one enabled, the mic. Sorry? Are there mic problems? I was just thinking, if I'm walking out anyway, I may as well use clairvoyance along the way. Hello. Really? The quest mic category? What do you mean? Sorry. Oh, this. You're right, I did. Miscellaneous. But that changes nothing. It's just interested in that door for some reason. Oh well. Once we're outside, I'll have to check. That wasn't something we could use to craft, was it? No, it's just a novice chest. Okay. What was I thinking? Once we're outside the front, we'll have to find where the closest sizable-ish town is and head there. Do you know, it might actually be where we came from. What's it called? Oh, I'm trying to remember. We only went in there briefly. Go check stores or blacksmith. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I can also see if I can craft any. What is the name of that place? I don't mean Winterhold. I mean the other one. Where that Dunmer woman was being interrogated by those two Nords. Blacksmithing in Whiterun. Oh, but I don't think that's nearby. I can check. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Shame there's no unlock spell. Or maybe there is and I just don't have it. Tell you what, backtracking for all this, it really makes you appreciate just how far we'd come. I assume if I'd managed to finish it, then there would have been a shortcut back out. You know, probably another exit to Skyrim that places us somewhere else. Well, you teleported or fast travel. No, I haven't. Where was it from here? I just got here on horseback. Oh, over the top here. Right, I see. This is an RP thing. I mean, kinda. I mean, I'm slightly fast travel averse. Not very fast travel averse, but slightly. It's different when it's in world fast travel, like you're taking a boat or something like that. But I'm not a huge fan of the just click on the map and then you're there type fast travel. Fallout style fast travel's not so bad, where you actually like see yourself travelling over the map and you can get random encounters. But I find, especially in worlds where the developers have actually bothered to like fill everywhere in. You know, there are these big landscapes that you can travel through. I feel like it's a bit of a shame not to see them. It depends. Like if I was doing the 100th trip from A to B, I might. Oh, hang on. I did actually mean to save before I left there, but never mind. What's done is done. Right, fastest. What's our best? What's the closest big settlement? We could get to Whiterun from here. Windhelm, that was it. Windhelm's much closer. But Windhelm I've not really been to. We only went there very briefly. I don't know what resources they have, whereas Whiterun we've been to a lot. Yeah. I doubt it will take all that long. Let's go straight to Whiterun. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Queen Alfsigir. That's a dragon. Am I actually expected to fight that dragon? It's getting awfully close, isn't it? I don't want Queen Alfsigir getting attacked by that thing, really. Hasn't seen me yet. Steam Crag Camp. Oh, here we go. Hold on then. Do not get involved, horse. Where's the dragon gone? I hear the music, I see no dragon. There you are. Ow. Ow! Now the mammoth wants to attack me. What have I ever done to you? Really? You're not angry at the dragon after that? That mammoth is tanky. Good. The mammoth seems to have joined us in hunting the dragon. What? Well, apparently I'm dead and also in the sky. That was unexpected. Don't know what to tell you. Well, open world encounters can be very chaotic, which is why I liked ruins and dungeons. Do you mean because you found ruins and dungeons less chaotic? If we're lucky, we won't get the dragon this time. Nope, there it is. Well, I was lucky in that our horse did stay out of it. But unlucky in about every other regard. Oh my goodness. I'm happy to fight the dragon one-on-one, but I don't want to do it where I'm going to get attacked by mammoths and what have you. So if the dragon wants to fight me, it can follow me. This music seems deceptive. It keeps like ramping up and then disappearing, then ramping up, or at least diminishing, then ramping up again. I think the game considers you open for dragon hunting because you have a use for the soul and fast travel is a thing. Well, I mean, I'm not complaining that it is possible to be attacked by a dragon. That is just, you know, one of the things that can happen. That's part of the story of the game. Doesn't mean it's not inconvenient to me in that moment. But I don't think the game's done anything wrong. Tell you what, I think this journey is actually going to be a bit longer than I expected it to be. I can't see the... Oh my goodness. What do they call those? I'm trying to remember what they called them in this game. Didn't it begin with S? I don't think it's a sprite. Spriggan. I think someone's firing arrows at me. You should really fast travel at least once in a while. I'm off. Have fun. Okie dokie, Alexu. Thank you for joining. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you have a a wonderful rest of your day. Oh dear me, I need to be careful here. What? Oh no. That didn't look right. I'm not convinced that it felt like we barely fell at all and then died, and then after we died we started stumbling, falling a long way, if that makes sense. It was like, it felt like we fell like 2 meters and then suddenly both the character and the horse were dead, and then we began tumbling all the way down. You may have noticed I'm heading in a different direction. I think I'm just going to head back to Windhelm. It seems like the way to Whiterun from here is doable, but it's longer and more treacherous than I'm prepared to commit to right this moment. Cragwallow slope discovered. Just have to hope I can find some means of acquiring lockpicks when we get there. Leave my horsey alone. Ah, is that where I want to be? That bridge? Probably. Although I'm not entirely sure. Hang on, let's look at the map. Oh, it appears I'm heading in the exact right direction though, so I don't think we do want that bridge, but I do want to keep following this road. I think the fortification we see in the distance is probably the place. There we go.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something in the old fort near Riften.
Healing hands. Poor old horse. Right, fingers crossed I can get a hold of some lockpicks. No idea what we're looking for specifically, because I've never been here before. Candle Hearth Hall is probably not the place. Hall of the Dead, probably not the place. I'm starting to get the sense this is quite a dour location. I don't know about you. Hopefully they have some local businesses. Harold. Can't read a lot of that. 19th in the line of something else. Founded the great kingdom of Skyrim. This seems like this might be...
Sure. Is that...
Oh, I didn't know they had an animation for staying warm.
You come to possess such a rare treasure.
Place of the Kings discovered. Palace of the Kings, sorry. That makes more sense. Okay, I don't think... I don't know, maybe over here we might be able to find more of an ordinary town? I'm getting the feeling this isn't just like a fortified town, but like it...
Be on the lookout. The butcher could be around any corner.
Okay.
It's no secret the Aretino boys doing some ritual trying to call the Dark Brotherhood.
Oh, that's where we are. Oh, new Nissus Corner Club. Nissus was one of the significant settlements in Vardenfell from Morrowind.
All my goods are legitimate, which is more than I can say for some.
Nothing in here is stolen, nothing at all.
Take a look.
Have we got anything for sale? Lockpicks, please, please, please. One lockpick. One lockpick is a lot better than no lockpick. But... oh, I'll take some orcish arrows off you. Alright, what can I sell to you? Will you take the dragon parts that I have? You'll take a lot of stuff that I don't particularly need right now. Didn't I have some dragon parts on me? I swear I did. Where would they be? Dragon bone. I don't know which category, but I do have them. Oh, draft of lock picking. Might save that for the the master level lock, thinking about it. I don't want to save scum my way through that section, but I might. If I really can't find another way. Nope. If they can't afford it,
Do come again.
then we move on to the next shop. Blacksmiths, maybe? I do like the way they've designed the settlement. The way that you have what appears to be quite an important ritual site, I would guess, in their culture. Certainly, it feels like it's, you know, probably sacred. And that's like taking up the bulk of the place. But then just off and to the side, you've got some very cramped corners that contain basically a whole tiny town that seems smaller and more squalid than it need be, just because the space they have available to them within the walls of the city.
House of Curiosities. I offer a brief tour for a few coins, or you can simply browse at your leisure.
Oh, well, maybe one day, but not today. I misunderstood what sort of business you were in, sir. Of a title like House of Curiosities, I was expecting
Then it's true.
maybe a magic store or something.
That Aventus Aretino is doing the Black Sacrament, trying to summon the Dark Brotherhood. Fine, then I'll invite him out to play. He lives right there. I'm gonna...
What have we got? I hate to say it.
This door.
I think we've got one lockpick.
Wait! That boy, that house, they are cursed.
And no more. Oh well. I'll just have to make that work then. I guess I will be safe, Scummy.
I'm a sailor on the North Wind. We're laying over in Windhelm.
Oh, this is gonna be so hard though. Alright. We can do it. There's only one locked door that I feel like I really need to get through. There's a few locked containers I'd like to get through, but I only need to get through the master locked door. They're going alright, Rowdy. Thank you for asking. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, nothing at all's going wrong in the game. It's we're making progress. How about you? You up to anything interesting? Everything going alright? Jake says you're quite good at these games. I don't know about that. Nice of him to say, though. My game decided to crash, so that was fun. Oh no, that's no fun at all. Did you at least have? No, I played Phasmo all day. Well, did you enjoy it? I hope you enjoyed it. He says, just like Art Dad, you're methodical. Art Dad is a lot more competent than I am. Sometimes I'm methodical. I can be if I decide that a methodical approach is going to be best. But I also have slow reactions and poor coordination. So, I'm no Art Dad when it comes to games. Oh, Socius. I did enjoy it. I don't speak so coyly of your skills. I'm really not. I'm just stating it as it is. It might be due to being on the spectrum. Yeah, that was one of the things that I thought was like really almost spooky, because I've known my whole life that I'm like poorly coordinated compared to other people. In fact, people even pointed it out when I was younger, like other students, other peers when I was at school. And indeed, when I was going to do preparing for my autism assessment, they want you to provide. So one of the criteria about autism is that it can't just be like a temporary thing. It can, because a lot of like the symptoms of autism overlap with like lots of other conditions, but the point is autism, you're born with it. Like, you don't just become autistic later in life. And so they like to look through as much information as they can about you from the past to try and determine whether there's a pattern here that goes back a long way. And so I ended up looking through a bunch of I had to provide them all my old school reports. And I was reading a lot of these for like the first time, because these, especially like my primary school reports, you know, I hadn't read them before. And one of the things that kept on cropping up was they kept saying about how, you know, oh, he tries in PE, that's physical education, but, you know, he tries in his own way, but, you know, he's not very well coordinated, etc. All this going back to when I was very young, and at that age, I wouldn't have known that I was poorly coordinated, not till I was quite a lot older. Here's the thing, I ended up looking up on like the history of autism It was specifically it was Asperger's I was looking up, which is now considered to be which is now, it is no longer a diagnosis they give. Oh my goodness, the horse is being suicidal. But for a long time, Asperger's was a condition they diagnosed you with, and I remember reading that, I've forgotten what the researcher's first name was, but there was someone or other Asperger's who was German, I believe, who was looking at various young children and concluded that, you know, they were a group that had a condition. And one of the things he pointed out with Asperger's was that they were all like poorly coordinated. Now here's the thing, I don't think in, where did the horse go? I don't think in like modern autism assessments they look at if you're poorly coordinated. That's no longer considered to be one of the criteria, but still, it's so, when I first read that about where's the horse gone? About Asperger's, I was so, I found it so I'm not even sure what the word would be. It was just so remarkable that one of these things that, you know, isn't, I'm gonna reload because I can't find the horse. One of these things that, one of the aspects about myself that had been there my whole life, turns out might be connected to autism as well. Jake admitted he too is on the spectrum. I didn't know that. I do not think he has been evaluated. Oh, I see. So he's self-diagnosed. Well, I mean, self-diagnosis is considered to be valid by the autistic community, because often they're because often it can be hard to get there are good reasons why some people wouldn't want to get diagnosed. There is evidence to suggest in certain parts of the world, including Britain, you may be discriminated against if you have autism. I've not researched this, I don't know it's true, but I certainly remember being told by people that, for example, if you ever want to adopt children, then in Britain that's going to count against you if you're autistic, that they don't like, well, they have concerns about that, for example. So that's the sort of thing I'm talking about. Again, haven't independently verified this, just... I've gone the wrong way. Sorry. Just something I've heard. So that would be a good reason why you might not want to get diagnosed, because you're worried about being discriminated against or singled out. And even if that isn't a concern, just getting like a fair autism assessment from professionals that know what they're doing can be very difficult. I know I was initially put on a waiting list that was I was told was years long. This was through the NHS, and I ended up having to go private. My parents very generously offered to pay for my autism assessment, and it cost about £2,000. That should... Anyway, so that should give some sense of like the barriers that stand in the way of actually getting assessed, and legitimate reasons why people might not even want to get assessed, even if they think they are autistic. So yeah, self-diagnosis is very much accepted by the community. ADHD especially, there are a lot of similarities as ADHD. Well, they're co-occurring conditions, like they have overlapping symptoms and they often occur together. ADHD and autism. So far as I am aware, I am only autistic. Although there are like a handful of things So here's the funny thing. When I first started to suspect... Well, so how this all started was someone speaking to me, actually in the context of the traumatic events that I've referenced before. It was in that context. They were talking about my neurodivergence. You know, that was the term they used. And I remember thinking, you know, what do you mean my neurodivergence? That then led to me like looking up neurodivergence online, and I remember I went on the NHS website where they have like a whole list of different types of neurodivergence, and like for every single one of them I was like going down the list and evaluating whether I thought maybe, you know, do I think maybe I have that or not. And the thing that I remember is that when it came to autism, it fit very, very strongly. It was like it was describing my life. Almost all the symptoms, I think, I considered myself having to a noticeable extent. I'd have to double check exactly what was on the list, but I don't remember if it was absolutely all of them, but it was like, you know, overwhelmingly, yeah, this is me. And then the second highest correspondence was with ADHD. Now in this case it was only about a third of the symptoms that I seem to have, which is why I dismissed it. It was like, yeah, this doesn't fit very strongly with me, but every other type of neurodivergence I looked at, like, didn't figure at all. You know, there just wasn't really any any correspondence to my life at all. It was just autism that fit really, really well, and ADHD that didn't really fit, but it was notable how many symptoms I did also seem to get. And as I say, as I understand it, ADHD and autism often occur together, and they also stay away from the horse. They often occur together, and they, even when they don't, they still have a lot of overlapping symptoms. They are different, to be clear. Like, there are some significant differences, but between just autism and just ADHD, but in practice they do seem related. Alright, I'm gonna have to use the bow, aren't I? Hold on, let me catch up with chat, because I've fallen behind quite badly. I too have neurodivergent things. I'd gotten extended testing time. I see. Hey Mealy, no, because it has too many similarities to autism, so it's all grouped together, hence autism being a spectrum. Well, ADHD is not on the autism spectrum. They're different things. But as I say, they're different things that have a lot of overlap. Co-occurring is, I believe, the proper term. No, Asperger's, not ADHD. Oh, right, sorry. Yeah, that's what I get for not catching up with chat properly. Or falling behind in chat, I should say. Well, Asperger's is no longer a diagnosis. So, essentially what happened was initially the term autism was reserved for people that we would now consider to be high support need autism, sometimes called level 3 autism. But then over time there was this sort of although it's not a very sympathetic way to describe it, it is almost a sort of slippery slope type situation where people would say, okay, well, you say this individual has autism, but what about this individual? Because they share most of the same symptoms to they share the same symptoms in common, but to a slightly lesser extent, and it's affecting their life almost as badly. Why are you know, calling it autism in the case of case A, but not case B? And so the definition of autism got expanded quite a lot. Independent to this, you had the researcher whose name I really wish I could remember, who coined the term Asperger's syndrome. I think that's after their surname. And that... I don't know at what point they linked that to autism, because I don't think they would have linked it to autism initially. The history of autism's very interesting. Initially they thought it was a form of schizophrenia, but then you've also got to remember that, like, not only has their understanding of these conditions changed, but also the definitions of them have changed as they've become more knowledgeable. So it doesn't follow that necessarily every individual that would have been called autistic originally would now be so diagnosed. But still, what was I saying? So at some point this Asperger's got linked to autism, and it got seen as a sort of milder form of autism, but now they just do more of a spectrum diagnosis where they say, well, you've got autism, what is the proper... Is ASD, what is it? Is it autism spectrum disorder? I have a problem, I'm going to need to dump something. My point being, like, it's not so much that it's not so much that Asperger's is seen as being on the autism spectrum, as it is that people that previously would have been diagnosed as having Asperger's would nowadays be diagnosed as being on the spectrum. And there certainly was a period, I don't know for how long, where it was understood that Asperger's was a form of autism, but it's a different way of looking at it. It's not that they say, right, here on this part of the spectrum is Asperger's. That's not what they're saying. What they're saying is that all the people we previously diagnosed as having Asperger's really should have been diagnosed as just being on the spectrum. Because autism presents itself differently in every individual. Hey, Mealy. Someone on Twitch told me they're diagnosed with Asperger's, and I told them that is no longer a diagnosis, but because they've been diagnosed with it, they continue to say it is their diagnosis. Yes, that's exactly right. That they were diagnosing people with Asperger's, I don't know exactly how recently, but like fairly recently, within like the last 2 decades, certainly. And so yeah, there is a lot of people that have Asperger's diagnoses, I should say, and of course they need access to like healthcare and or at least that's going to show up in their medical record, is what I mean. And they also need that they're entitled to reasonable adjustments, etc. So that diagnosis is still relevant today from a legal perspective, even if that's not the diagnosis they'd give today. So yeah, that's absolutely right. There are people out there that are still that have been diagnosed with Asperger's and still very much rely on that diagnosis. Stigmatization, rather. Oh, hang on, I think I missed a bit. I do not like when people attach stigmatism towards things they are unfamiliar with. Case in point, not knowing about autism and going based on hearsay. Yeah, I mean, it's Autism Acceptance Month, isn't it? The whole point is that we're supposed to be doing what we can to both raise awareness of autism, but also crucially to help people understand and accept people that have autism. I am used S and not Z like we do. Using, not used. I cannot English properly this evening. This is what I meant. They have overlapping symptoms but are not the same. No, Asperger's, not ADHD. Yes, co-occurring is correct. There is a low support need. Has Asperger's is his name. Hans. Oh, was it Hans Asperger's? Yes. ASD is that. Autism spectrum disorder. Yep, that's the diagnosis I have. 2013 was the last year it was used as a diagnosis. Yeah, right. So that was used the last group of the last cohort of people that were diagnosed with Asperger's would have only been 13 years ago, and by then they were getting better at picking it up in childhood. I'm late diagnosed. I've only been diagnosed with ASD. I've only been diagnosed with autism, that is autism spectrum disorder, as an adult. And I think a big part of the reason it was probably missed is because at least in Britain when I was younger, they were not very good at picking up things like autism in children, and they very much had outdated ideas about what autism is, I think. I'm speculating a bit there, but that would certainly be consistent, I think, with my experience, even if my experience doesn't prove it. Yeah, I mean, case in point, I look back at my school records and, like, there are parts of it that, to me, just, like, scream, this person is autistic, and yet, at the time, not a single person ever raised it. It wasn't, you know, even the possibility of it, as far as I'm aware, was never raised, even once. It just wasn't considered. It didn't even enter anybody's mind, is what I'm getting at. Correct, 13 years ago. But my point is, so because by 2013 they were a lot better at picking up autism in children, a lot of the people that have been diagnosed with Asperger's can still be quite young. Like, if they were diagnosed with Asperger's when they're 10, they're only 23 now. So that's what I mean when I say there is still a lot of people around that for whom their diagnosis is Asperger's, and they rely on that. Like, that is still very much relevant to their lives, even though the medical establishment no longer gives out that diagnosis. Why does the bar on the left reduce in blue? That's my mana bar. My magicka bar, I should say. It's magicka in this universe. And it's going down, I think, because my character's tired and needs to sleep. The stamina bar, which you can't really see because Philby's in the way, but that's going down because I'm hungry, I think. And the health bar will go down if you get too cold. Correct. It's not in the diagnosis books. No. It's the DSM-5 they use now, isn't it? I'm trying to remember what that acronym means now. It's a diagnostic something or other manual, isn't it? Yes, DSM-5. So Asperger's was presumably in the DSM-4, and then that got changed. As in, they took out they took out Asperger's and probably a few other diagnoses in the autism family, and then just replaced it with autism spectrum disorder diagnostics and statistical manual. Thank you. Right, are we in luck? Are they still oh, hang on. I remember what I was going to do. I was going to find a container somewhere close by and stick a bunch of these dragon bones in. Right, have they respawned or not? I'd really rather they hadn't. Your horse is lovely, thank you. Queen Alfsagir. I didn't name her, that's just the name she had when I bought her. But thank you. I am just looking for any old container I can stick stuff in. Oh, they're dead. Good. Can I stick dragon bones on you? As silly as an idea that sounds. Yes. Yes, I can. Right. As long as you don't despawn, we're golden. I deserve that. I wasn't checking for traps like I should have been. My doggo's quite tired. He's in a little ball sleeping on my bed. Oh, that's really sweet. Not that way, this way. So after that long, well, not that long, but moderate detour, we have one lockpick, and I have to make this work with one lockpick. I'm not looking forward to this. He's always sleeping unless it is dinner and walk time. Poor thing. I wonder why he gets so tired. I always have animals that are other animals in their bodies. Sorry? You mean they behave... their behaviour resembles other animals? My former dog, Wakanda, also always slept and did not like going out for walks. I see. Essentially Loki, cat in a dog body. I'm not sure Loki would appreciate that, that analogy. Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, I somehow didn't fall. I was waiting for it to trigger, and when it didn't, I assumed it was safe to go. Yes, sorry, I'm not sure Loki would appreciate that likeness. Loki is a cat. I just said it to him, his head popped up and he went back to sleep. Well, I'm not gonna just sit here and take that. I'll have a nap instead. Oh, his head is still up. He is looking around and not at me. Who would say something so insulting? It couldn't be Mother. Guess he's not offended. I just realised something. If there is a shortcut out of here, like there is... I thought that was... I was very confused, because for a second there, with the way the light was shining, I thought we'd just found another word that our character would learn. But, another shout, sorry. But if that was so, then why didn't we pick it up the first time? Yeah, if we find another way out of here... when we've completed it, then how are we getting back to the horse and the loot I dropped? What was the room with the bed? Pretty sure there's a room with a bed around here somewhere. Oh, around here probably. Yes. Right, let's let our character have a nap. He just came to me and stretched on my leg. What a sweetheart. We're still peckish, okay. I'll have some rabbit haunch. Always keep some rabbit haunch in my pocket in case I'm feeling a bit peckish. So for this game you can have mods. For Phasma you cannot. You can be banned for having mods. Yeah, not a fan of that. I know a few games have done that. Not a fan. I think a big part of it is probably because when Morrowind came out, which was the third game in this series, they decided to... I don't actually know what the decision making was behind this at the time. It would be fascinating to know. But essentially, they decided to release the game along with the tools they used to build the game. They were like, hey, you know, you can... We put a lot of effort into developing this game. You can make your own content for the game, which was quite novel at the time. Not completely novel. There was precedent for that, but you know, at the time to like release development tools along with the game, that was unusual. And Morrowind, I believe, as a result, did very, very well off of that decision. I distinctly remember even 10 years after it was released, there was still new mods being released for it every single day. Oh, here come the ads. Okay, hold on then. I'll try to get through this door. This is the one that I think I'm going to have to save scum for, which I'm not happy about, but... You know. If it's that, I'll not get through the door. We're going to be here a while, I think. I have to go do laundry tomorrow at Mum's place and go back and forth from here and there. That sounds frustrating. Very good of you to do it, though. I am wondering, does it randomize the lock every time I reload? I may start it soon, so I'm not going back and forth later on. In the night. I see. What was I thinking? Sorry. Oh yeah, Morrowind and modding. Yeah, so even 10 years after the game came out, there was like on average, I think there was more than one mod coming out for it a day. And I also strongly suspect that was... And some of the stuff they did with the mods was incredible. Even with the technological limitations at the time. There was a huge community built around it. I remember there was a point when they even started making a few Morrowind time capsules, which was basically where they, at the end of a year, they would get a bunch of the most... well, I want to say respected modders at the time, but I suppose it was more just, you know, they were selecting amongst themselves. But, you know, they'd pick a bunch of the modders that had achieved quite a bit, and they would then have them collaborate to create one big mod that would just basically, you know, it wouldn't be... It was not that they were trying to make a really... It's not they were trying to like create a particularly well polished experience. so much as they wanted all the modders to have the opportunity to express themselves in some way. And then you can go back even today, if assuming you can still find them on the internet, and play those time capsules. And yeah, and I'm convinced that helped sell more copies of the game. I've no doubt whatsoever it's why Morrowind has gone down to be such a hugely influential game. I think if it weren't for the modding, Morrowind would have had a much smaller cultural impact, and as a result, Oblivion and Skyrim would have had much smaller impacts as well. Modding really has done the Elder Scrolls a lot of good. Which is why it's such a shame when you see developers being so hostile to it. I will lurk you while I go do laundry at my mother's place. Oh, okie dokie. Have a lovely lurk. Thank you for dropping by. Enjoy the rest of your gaming. I'm here and supporting. I really appreciate that, genuinely. You take care. I should have got through this lock by now. It's not that hard. I wonder what a draft of lockpicking tastes like. That's curious. Hold on. Have I just forgotten the position, or has it changed? Because I was actually like memorizing parts of the like lock texture so that I always moved it in the right section, but now that's not working. Maybe it was just a coincidence that on a few occasions it happened to the lockpick region happened to be close to where it had been before. I am half tempted to spawn in a few lockpicks. Not that I like the idea of cheating, but I mean the alternative is I just go back to another town and do it that way. You know, which I could do. It's just going to take ages. It feels like it would just be a big time sink for no good reason. Oh, maybe I did misremember the right point to do. There we go, we've done it. Never mind. Now, I hope we get the key for the other door, because there's a door over there that says it only opens with a key. And I don't see the key. That is suboptimal. Alright, let's examine this more closely. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I don't need a key. Maybe No, we'll check the chests. The only other thing I can do is examine... I've noticed that Skyrim sometimes claims doors need keys, when in fact they actually have other locking mechanisms like levers. Key seems to be used as just a generic term, meaning this door isn't openable or lockpickable at this point. There's some other bits and bobs we can check around here. Pretty sure around here there was at least one container I couldn't open. I'm not 100% sure where it is. My recollection was that there were like 2 other containers I'd never opened. I could be misremembering. I know there's at least one, because I even remember where it is. But I thought there was another one around here somewhere. Mace of Burning? Observatory key. I was just blind before. So that whole trip was superfluous. Oh well. Never mind. I was thinking though how harsh it is if they don't offer any sort of means to get through a locked door besides lockpicking, because I don't know that this game has a open spell like Morrowind did. And if it doesn't, if lockpicks is the only way through locked doors, to make it so that you have to get through a master lock in order to complete the quest seemed kinda harsh. So I'm glad that isn't actually the case. Observatory. So I'm guessing this is going to be like telescopes, maybe a planetarium type thing. What's it called? Not planetarium, there's a better word for that. Also dead, suggesting someone who killed them made it through that door. Potentially. Not that we're closing the doors behind us. Look at that, you can see on top. They've got bowls up there for some reason. What was I thinking? An astrolabe. That's what I was thinking. I'm thinking telescopes and astrolabes in the...
Gavros, is that you? I'd almost given up hope. Let me get the door.
Here we go. So you don't actually... Just to make the point I was saying earlier, it said requires a key. There is no key for that door. It's just scripted to open at the right point. Hello.
Who are you? What are you doing here? What have you done with Gavros?
I came here looking for the... your friend Gavros is dead.
It was the Falmer, wasn't it? Curse them. They've ruined everything. If Gavros is gone, there is no hope. He was supposed to return with the crystal. Without that, all our efforts are wasted. And you, if you're here for treasure or wisdom or anything, I'm afraid you've wasted your time.
What's this about crystal?
It didn't work the first time. I tried to tell Gavros, but he wouldn't listen. No, it won't be too cold, he said. Well, I was right, wasn't I? Focused completely wrong by the time we got here. The cold had warped it. Gavros had to cart it all the way back to Cyrodiil. Left the rest of us here to fend off the damnable Falmer.
So why did I never find the crystal? I happened to... Oh, maybe I did. I happened to find a focusing crystal. Is this what you're looking for?
You found... How in the world? That's it? That's it! I don't know who you are, but you may have just saved this little project.
Are you going to put the flames away?
Who are you, anyway?
I'm with the College of Winterhold.
You are you? Savos wouldn't even grant us an audience when we came to you, but now you come here expecting something from me? I don't much like this, I'll tell you. But you saved my skin, so maybe I can overlook the past for now.
Saved your skin?
I'll explain on the way.
I brought the crystal, but I didn't save your skin.
This was my idea first. The council is going to know that when I get back. I was the one who thought of using this oculory. I don't know what the dwarves called it. Something unpronounceable, I'm sure. From all our research, it seems they were intent on discerning the nature of the divine. This machinery, all of it, was designed to collect starlight, and then, I'm not sure, split it somehow?
So you don't know what this is gonna do?
To replace one of the key elements with our focusing crystal. Months of enchantments went into.
So where does the Staff of Magnus fit into this?
Right this time.
Okay. Looks like a control point. Looks like a puzzle I'm going to be expected to solve. A lot of nice books up here. I don't know why they've mixed beginner spell tomes with history books, especially since you'd assume the mages that came here can cast beginner level spells. Are you waiting for me? Because I'm further up ahead.
Magnificent, isn't it?
Indeed.
It took an incredible amount of work to get it running again. Now I'm hoping it'll all be worth it. Place the crystal in the central apparatus, and we can start the process for focusing it.
Okay. How? Here? Okay. And now I have to focus it myself, do I? Alright, I see that there's 4 lenses in total, I think, if you include the crystal itself. What do these buttons do? Unclear what that's doing. Also unclear what that's doing. None of them seem to do anything discernible.
Aren't you embarrassed?
Embarrassed? Why? How did that happen? Genuinely, how did that happen? I don't know when or how that happened, but... Okay then. It's almost like it's a combination lock. Am I to read through these books? If so, that's fine. Alright. Let's get started then. Antecedents of Dwemer lore. This book is a historical account of the development of Dwemer lore and custom from its root in High Elven culture. In short, so far as I'm able to trace the order of developments in the customs of the Bosmeri tribes. Oh, hang on. Are the Dwemer related to the Bosmer specifically? I don't think we knew that. Or I don't think I knew that. I believe it to have been in all ways comparable to the growth of Ultimary law. The earlier liability for slaves and animals was mainly confined to surrender, which, as in the Somerset Isles, later became compensation. What do you mean by the earlier liability for slaves and animals? Liability in what context? And what does this matter for a study of our laws today, so far as concerns the influence of the Altmeri law upon our own, especially the Altmeri law of master and servant? The evidence of it is to be found in every judgment which has been recorded for the last 500 years. It has been stated already that we still repeat the reasoning of the Altmeri magistrates, empty it is to the present day. Oh, empty as it is to this present day, and I will quickly show how Altmeri custom can be followed into the courts of the Dwemer. In the laws of Khan Dar Watch, PD 1180. I don't know what PD is. I mean, clearly that's identifying a period, but they usually have first era, second era, etc. I'm not sure what PD is. Maybe years before the first era? If one who is owned by another slays one who owns himself, the owner must pay the associates 3 fine instruments in the body of the one who is owned. Huh. There are many other similar citations, and the same principle is extended even to the case of a centurion by which a man is killed. If at the common workbench one is slain by an animalculi, the associates of the slain may disassemble the animalculi and take its parts within 30 days. It's instructive to compare what Dark has mentioned concerning the rude beasts of the 10-mile forests. If a marsh cat was killed by an Argonian, his family were in disgrace until they retaliated by killing the Argonian, or another like it. But further, if a marsh cat was killed by a fall from a tree, his relatives would take their revenge by toppling the tree and shattering its branches and casting them to every part of the forest. I'm not sure what the 10-mile forests are. Dwemer Inquirers Volume 1, Their Architecture and Civilization by 12 Guillain Scholar. something we can't read. It has been my life's work to investigate the Dwemer, their dubious history and mysterious banishment. My goal with this text is to share my findings and conclusions based on 80 years spent studying their unique architectural remains. The migration of the Deep Elves from their ancestral Dwemerith, now Morrowind, is generally accepted fact. Recorded history supports this, specifically mentioning the Rorcan clan's refusal to join King Dumak in the forming of the First Council, and their subsequent exodus to Hammerfell. The architectural premise is also sound, as the building habits of the dwarves adopted and changed, albeit slowly and in subtle ways, over time and land. I praise that some of these differences are stylistic as well as practical. So you're saying they went from Morrowind to Hammerfell? Because I don't remember any evidence of that in Morrowind. It's possible it was in a book like this that I hadn't read. But I remember a lot of Dwemer ruins that were still working. And the stuff, I don't want to spoil anything, but there was some important, the main quest intersected with the Dwemer quite heavily, and a lot of the late Dwemer history that was relevant definitely happened in Morrowind, because you visited those ruins. Traditional viewpoints suggest that the Vardenfell Dwemer are the most prolific of their kind. Based on my excavations throughout Skyrim, Morrowind and High Rock, I'm not sure that this is the case. While Vardenfell is almost cluttered with dwarven ruins poking through the surface of the landscape, the construction of those ruins is fundamentally different from the majority of what I've observed elsewhere. Further, as we delve into Vardenfell ruins, we notice that their internal structure is quite different. While major civic and operational chambers are found near the surface in a Vardenfell ruin, that is not typically the case on the mainland. Minor passageways and storehouse rooms are near the surface, but more important locations don't occur until we explore much deeper. Because such major locations are well hidden in Dwemer ruins outside of Morrowind. Outside of Morrowind or outside of Vardenfell? Because originally you were talking about Vardenfell ruins and contrasting it with the mainland. Because such major locations are well hidden in Dwemer ruins outside of Morrowind, many scholars believe they were in fact not present in ruins outside that province. This premature conclusion led some to believe such sites to be mere outposts. My research has shown this not to be the case. There are a few theories that may explain this difference. Perhaps clan architects simply had their own styles and preferences when it came to their civic planning. This seems only somewhat likely. As dwarven techniques were based on empirical study, there was likely little room for creative interpretation when it came to building technique. Geological makeup of the terrain almost certainly played a role, especially in a region like northern Skyrim, where the ground near the surface is very rocky and often frozen, versus the volcanic substratum common in Vardenfell, or the ubiquitous aquifers found in Hammerfell. It's possible that dwarven architects in the north were not even able to excavate larger structures until reaching more pliable stratum. This scholar would like to suggest, however, that many structures west of Morrowind were built after the First Era 420, when the clan Rorcan left Vardenfell. It seems evident that several clans broke off to create their own settlements, and chose to live in greater isolation than their eastern brethren. This theory is particularly fascinating, because it leads me to believe that dwarven architects may have developed even more elaborate methods of hiding their strongholds over time. But then those techniques didn't spread back? Or weren't independently discovered? That's interesting. Okay, so that answers one question. They're not talking about all Dwemer moving to Hammerfell. Just some of them, some clans. This opens the distinct possibility that undisturbed dwarven archaeological sites exist throughout Tamriel, even in southern areas like Cyrodiil or Black Marsh, where dwarves are not believed to have even had a significant presence. Though we ought not to get carried away on flights of fancy, one could extrapolate this logic to suggest that some dwarven clans were living among us for much longer than previously believed, perhaps well beyond the disappearance during the War of the Red Mountain in the First Era 700. Is that the end? That's the end. Nice little, I don't know what you'd call it, like, fan service? The idea that perhaps, dropping a lore nugget like that, perhaps they're still among us, perhaps you'll get to meet one. But the law, I mean, they could change the law any which way they like, and they have done in the past, but like, so far the law's been very clear on the fact that the Dwemer are no more. The limited written record supports the perception of the Deep Elves as culturally revering the pursuit of logic and science. This stands in a stark contrast to the belief system of most other mare cultures, where we imagine a society structured around such a... Hang on, let me try again. This stands in stark contrast to the belief system of most other mare cultures. When we imagine a society structured around such a central ideology, it seems reasonable that prolific scholars, especially in fields such as mathematics, metallurgy or architecture, would be elevated to social status like that of clergy in a more mystically inclined culture. The idea is supported by a fragment of Dwemeris text recovered from a colony in Skyrim, Erkingthand, which I believe to be associated with the clan Rorken. The original Dwemeris and my translation follow. Duray's granted cousin Kulek of privilege with duties for family home, building Hugin Kultura, tradition to father Munda's shaper. Some scholars interpret this as evidence of Dwemer worship of Mundas, but I do not agree. My translation of the passage suggests that a respected Dwemer by the name of Kulek was promoted to a civic position, probably tonal architect. The latter half of the fragment suggests that Kulek's position requires him to build in a specific style. The term Hugin Kultura has thus far eluded me, but I believe it may be the name of such a style. It's possible there were several styles differing in their construction principles and typical structures. One earmark of what I believe was the prevalent Dwemer style among northern clans was a feature I called the deep venue. Deep venues are often characterized as being made up of one or more expansive natural caverns in which several other structures will occur. Structures within the venue may be carved from stone itself or freely erected upon the cavern floor. The largest and most impressive venues, such as that found in Bethardums, may even feature roads wide enough for 10 large men to walk shoulder meets shoulder along it. Arcanexes are typically smaller structures. Very few have been properly studied before the disruption by the grave robbers or greedy adventurers. But these few... imagine that, greedy adventurers. But those few undisturbed sites have contained a surprising collection of magical objects such as soul gems, alchemical concoctions, and magical texts. Some scholars take these as evidence that the Dwemer did, in fact, dabble in magical arts. Based on what we know of their culture... that's true, we did find an alchemical... we found an alchemical table here, and we also found soul gems on some of the automatons. Did in fact dabble in the magical arts. Based on what we know of their culture, as well as the fact that most Arcanexes are minor structures compared to other common fixtures, I would suggest that these were centres of study and nothing more. Perhaps the dwarves established these halls as a means to study men and mer, who surely seemed as alien to them as the Dwemer seem to us today. Grey animalculatories can be found in many dwarven strongholds. These were the factories where the centurions and various other constructs were built. I have hoped to study these chambers for clues as to the means by which these mysterious automata are given life. But those same guardians make these especially difficult and dangerous areas to explore. Doing a semi-lurk. That's very nice of you, Rowdy. I appreciate it. I hope the laundry is going well. Most studies in this text have focused heavily on the fact that Dwemer archaeological sites west of Vardenfell seem to be built at a much greater depth than their counterparts near the Red Mountain. I believe there was a specific threshold to which dwarven excavators would dig before the construction of vital structures would begin. I refer to the threshold as the geocline, but I found that too often be redundant. Oh my goodness, I can't speak. I've referred to this threshold as a geocline, but I have found that too often... I've referred to this threshold as a geocline, but I have found that too often be redundant with... One more try. I've referred to this threshold as a geocline, but I found that too often be redundant with the deep venue of a colony. Is that supposed to be 200, often to be redundant? I don't know, my brain's just can't follow that. Still, there is some variation in the actual depths of a deep venue, whereas the geocline is always the marker where a reason the city proper begins. Tunnels and chambers at more shallow depths, while often grand in their architectural style, appear to have served little in the way of critical civic purpose. Surplus stores of food, warehouse chambers that may have been used in trading with nearby surface settlements or barracks for topside patrols are common above the geocline. These tunnels, I've observed, can meander in a seemingly more random pattern than those planned structures beneath. Could that be the first tunnels they built? I mean, logically they would be. Could it be that when they first establish an outpost, it's more haphazard, and then when they decide to build a city, they get much more... they plan things out much more carefully? I hypothesize that this may be due to the unpredictable nature of any excavation. Even to a race as clever as a Dwemer, surely unexpected deposits of stone or geological events could make the effort difficult, and I think that these haphazard tunnels are often the result of the search for suitable substratum to build within. I found in a small number of ruins reference to a geological anomaly or place known as... This is intriguing because the term not only appears in a few tablet fragments, but very specifically on innate metal frames in the deepest reaches of the strongholds Alftand, Uchtand, and Muzinchalaft of Skyrim. I've yet to decipher the meaning of these elaborate carvings, but consider it highly strange that they occur in the deepest part of each of these ruins. Risen by order, cousin of privilege, Kulek of Savinline, privileged duties, clan home building, Hogun Kultura, tradition to hailed world shaper. The most reasonable translation of I've managed to decipher is Blackest Kingdom reaches, but I can't imagine what that means. I suspect there may be some pattern I'm failing to notice. This doubt has haunted my career in recent years, and I've begun to doubt if I will unravel some grand secret of the dwarves in my lifetime, though it lies just under my nose, or indeed, under my feet. Collected Essays on Dwemer History and Culture, Chapter 1. Marobar Sul and the Trivialization of the Dwemer in Popular Culture by Hasthat Antibolis. While Marabolar Sul's ancient tales of the Dwemer was definitely debunked in scholarly circles as early as the reign of Kataria I, it remains one of the staples of literate middle classes of the empire, and has served to set the image of the Dwemer in the popular imagination for generations of school children. What about this lengthy, but curiously insubstantial tome has proved so captivating to the public that it has been able to see off both the scorn of the literati and the scathing critiques of the scholars? Before examining this question, a brief summary of the provenance and subsequent career of ancient tales would be appropriate. First published around the Second Era, 670, in the interregnum between the fall of the First Cyrodiilic Empire and the rise of Tiber Septim, it was originally presented as a serious scholarly work based on research in the archives of the University of Guillim, and in the chaos of that era was taken at face value, a sign of the sad state of Dwemer scholarship in those years. Little is known of the author, but Murabar Sul was most likely a pseudonym of Gorfalim, a prolific writer of penny dreadful romances of that era, who is known to have used many other pseudonyms. While most of Felim's other works have thankfully been lost to history, what little survives matches ancient tales in both language and tone. See Lomis' textual comparison of Gorfalim's A Hypothetical Treachery with Marabar Sul's Ancient Tales of the Dwemer. Felim lived in Cyrodiil his whole life, writing light entertainments for the elite of the old imperial capital. Why he decided to turn his hand to the Dwemer is unknown, but it is clear that his research consisted of nothing more than collecting the peasant tales of the Nibene Valley and recasting them in Dwemer guise. The book proved popular in Cyrodiil, and Felim continued to churn out more volumes until the series numbered 7 in all. Ancient Tales of the Dwemer was thus firmly established as a local favourite in Cyrodiil, already in its 17th printing, when the historical forces that propelled Tiber Septim to prominence also began to spread the literature of the Heartland across the continent. Marabar Sul's version of the Dwemer was seized upon in a surge of human racial nationalism that has not yet subsided. The Dwemer appear in these tales as creatures of fable and light fantasy, but in general they are just like us. They come across as a bit eccentric perhaps, but certainly there is nothing fierce or dangerous about them. Compare these to the Dwemer of the early Redguard legend, a mysterious powerful race capable of bending the very laws of nature to their will, vanquished but perhaps not gone. Or the Dwemer portrayed in the most ancient Nord sagas, fearsome warriors tainted by blasphemous religious practices, who used their profane mechanisms to drive the Nords from Morrowind. Marabar Sol's Dwemer were much more amenable to the spirit of the time, which saw humans as the pinnacle of creation and the other races as unenlightened barbarians or imperfect lesser versions of humans, eager for tutelage. Ancient Tales falls firmly in the latter camp, which does much to explain its enduring hold on the popular imagination. Marabar Sol's Dwemer are so much more comfortable, so much friendlier, so much more familiar than the real Dwemer, whose truly mysterious nature we are only beginning to understand. The public prefers the light, trivial version of this vanished race. And from what I have learned in my years of studying the Dwemer, I have some sympathy for that preference, as the following essays will show the Dwemer were, to our modern eyes, a remarkably unlikely people in many ways. That was good. Unfortunately, I was hoping for some help with this, and I did not receive it. There's one other doorway we haven't been through. It's over here. I don't think it's locked. There's a slim possibility that there's something useful through there that we missed. But if that's not it, we're just going to have to go back to the controls and try again, I guess. Unless I'm supposed to speak to this scholar. Maybe they're supposed to do it. I don't know why. The door opened to this corridor and I immediately thought, are there any traps here? No! This is fine. I just turn around. Wow, very beautiful here. Although it confirms what I said before. If we get, there was a back way out of here to save us time, but the problem is our horse isn't here and our loot isn't there. The loot that I dropped off because we were over encumbered. So we'll have to go back for that. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. I'm just checking properly underneath the... It's not quite stairs, is it? But the sort of... The elliptical ramp. To make sure there was nothing we missed there. I don't think there is. Can you help?
Need something?
What do I do? I get the feeling I'm just supposed to be using this machine, but... What am I missing? It doesn't seem to do anything. Am I missing some other tool?
Yes? Now the crystal needs to be focused. It was created so far away. We knew that some adjustments would have to be made. Heating and cooling the crystal will cause it to expand or contract, which will change how the light passes through.
Okay, you want me to cast spells at it?
Spells to do that. Being from the college, I assume you know them already. There should be a few basic tomes around here somewhere in case your training is even more substandard than I've heard.
Charming. So that's why those tomes were there. They were there for my benefit. Nothing to do with the law of the world. The developers just foresaw the possibility that I wouldn't have the spells I would need. I have flames, I don't have frost. So I'll grab frostbite. Goodness me, wasn't frostbite one of the spells from Morrowind as well? Along with firebite. I think it was. I mean, I know a lot of the I know the spell effects, there's a lot of overlap between the games, but even the spell name to be the same. Other than generic things like Fireball. I mean, you could argue something like Frostbite's a bit of a generic name, but I think less so than Fireball. Hang on, why didn't I learn Undying Ghost while I'm here? In fact, can I learn them all? Not sure I should have been learning the Necromancy, but still. What's done is done. Alright, let's... hang on. Can I have one in each hand? Yeah, let's have flames and... right. Flames in the right hand, frost in the other. Let's give this a go. Okay, that did nothing. I mean, is that done? It didn't seem to be moving anymore. It didn't seem to respond to the flame. It was just not ordinary flame they were using, wasn't it? Flames, yeah. And I have equipped flames. Wonder what we're missing. Don't get it. Is that done? Okay. Alright, if I pick up the flames book, maybe there's a different version of the spell with the same name or something. And that's why it wasn't working. Let's find out. You already knew flames. I thought as much. Is this just bugged? Do I need to reload? I mean, the thing is, they said the crystal, which is this thing. What does the journal say? Then manipulate the dwarven machinery up top. So is that done? Do I now use the dwarven machinery? Is that the next step? Oh, well that's done something. I noticed this one doesn't have the same top as the others. Notice these have glowing like buttons on top, whereas this doesn't look like a glowing button. It looks more like something that you'd scroll. Presumably that's what I was meant to do. Okay. Very nice.
Finally going to pay off. What's this? These results. They're not at all what they should be. This projection should be lit up like the night sky. Something is creating an incredible amount of interference. Something in Winterhold, it looks like. What are you playing at? Is this some attempt to stall my work?
Oh, it's the sphere in Winterhold that's causing the trouble. Is this a map of the region? Ah, that looks like Morrowind, with Vardenfell in the centre. Wouldn't that make this the Black Marsh, though? No, that looks more like Cyrodiil. That must be the Black Marsh. That makes sense, because Cyrodiil does have a border with the Black Marsh. So that's the Black Marsh, that's Morrowind, that's Cyrodiil. There's Solstheim. Is this Skyrim right above it? That would make... If that's Skyrim, then is... Which one's Hammerfell and which one's High Rock? High Rock, Hammerfell, maybe? That would make some sense. Not 100% sure I'm right. If that's the Black Marsh, then that must be Valenwood. So that must be elsewhere. Unless I've got those two the wrong way round. And that must be the Somerset Isles. Oh, does the Black Marsh have a border with elsewhere, or does it have a border with Valenwood? Valenwood makes more sense to me. Why don't we look up a map out of curiosity? Now that I've done all that working out in my head, why don't we see if I'm correct? Because we already have that we already have that browser window open. Oh, I wish... There it is. Found it. Right. Tamriel map. And we'll swap scene over. Morrowind. That's right. Cyrodiil. Elsewhere, Valenwood. Okay. So I did have them the wrong way round. Elsewhere's in the middle. Black Marsh does not have a border with Elsewhere. Hammerfell, High Rock. I got those two the right way round. There's Skyrim. Okay. Looks like I worked out everything other than Elsewhere and Valenwood that I had the wrong way round. Right, so that's Elsewhere, that's Valenwood. Huh. So then why is he saying something's interfering from Winterhold? Oh, there? Is that spot there? Like in the centre? Because I don't think this game gives us access to all of the province of Skyrim, just part of it. Maybe that's it. Interesting. Still no Staff of Magnus, though.
So what is it? What have you done? Did you know what we were attempting? Are you here to make sure your plan worked? That our efforts have been for nothing? Well,
why would you think that? Did something go wrong?
Go wrong? Go wrong? Everything is wrong. Everything. Whatever you have at that college has completely interfered with our work here. How did you do it?
I haven't done anything. Oh, I truly have no idea what you're talking about.
Either you're lying to me, or you have something at your college, don't you? Something immensely powerful, beyond anything I've anticipated. What is it?
What would she say? Would she try to keep it secret? I mean, she's not very loyal to the college at the end of the day. But on the other hand, does that mean she just gives away information like that? You know, for no reason and for nothing? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure she would. I think she probably would, actually, you know? I've never had to think about this before, but I'm starting to develop in my head, you know, more depths to her character. I think she is someone that very much seeks forbidden knowledge, but I don't think she hoards it. I think she probably objects to the idea of knowledge being hidden in general and would rather it all be open. So I think she would tell him. You mean the Eye of Magnus?
The Eye of Magnus? Well, I suppose if that means what I think it does. Well, that's interesting.
Can you help me find the Staff of Magnus or not? Or what are you talking about?
You're looking for something, yes? The Staff of Magnus.
Yes, although I didn't tell you that.
Trying to ruin my work. There's still something to be learned here. I can't explain the details. That would be giving away many secrets the Synod have learned over the years.
And here I am just sharing information with you.
The details. Have you seen the orrery in the Imperial City? It was the inspiration for this idea. Instead of projecting the sky, we project all of Tamriel, and then harness the latent energies to overlay the positions of... What's important is that all of this work was designed to reveal to us sources of great magical power.
Of course it was.
Purely to help safeguard the Empire, of course.
Of course.
And yet, in the end, only 2 locations have been revealed to us. One is your college. The other, well, that can only be Labyrinthian. So, mage from Winterhold, despite your intentions, I've beaten your little game.
Intentions?
Even if all you've said here is lies. I know you have something in Winterhold the Synod Council will be very interested in. So fine. Trudge off to Labyrinthian in search of your staff. I shall return to Cyrodiil and deliver my full report to the Council. This is not over, I assure you.
I don't know why you're being so hostile. So the Staff of Magnus is in Labyrinthian?
Well, yes. Probably. I mean, yes. Certainly it is. But that doesn't matter now, because I know you're hoarding something even more important at your college. The Council will be informed of this. They will find out what you're up to.
I think you've been in here too long. You're crazy. Do I have to say that? I don't think I will. You take care, friend. Oh, is that the college up there? And that must be... Yeah, that makes sense. So the college is up there, on the coast, as we know. Labyrinthian is over there, then. Okay. Interesting that it only revealed locations in Skyrim, specifically. Alright. So if that's the college... Maybe we do get to see all of Skyrim. I'm not seeing Labyrinthian, as he put it. I just thought it should have been around here-ish. Around Whiterun. It's to the... It's to the northwest of a big mountain range. Okay. That? No. No. That, maybe. Maybe. That? Nope, nope. Around here would make the most sense, actually. But I'm not seeing it. Nope. Oh well, let's see what the journal says. Report to Savazaran. Will do. You take care.
You got what you came for, didn't you? Go then, back to your college.
Why are you being so hostile? I mean, what are you implying the alternative is? What am I going to do if not go back to them? Are you feeling lonely? Do you want someone to stay with you? Is that why you're upset?
Came for, didn't you? Go then, back to your college.
You poor thing.
We're done here.
Alright. Bye. Apparently I don't have the option of sticking around even if I wanted to. Poor soul. Oh, this cost them a lot. All their friends that they were with when they came here didn't make it. Oh, here we go. Sigic order.
Well thus far, but trying times are ahead. It is imperative that you return to your college at once.
So presumably the Synod are going to go for the eye.
Take swift action. Rise to the challenge and discover what you are capable of.
Can't you tell the college? Because you'll get there quicker than me.
And you will prevail.
Okay. Apparently not. Alright, I need to go back, find my horse. That's the next priority. Right. Oh, it's almost directly south of here. Fair enough. Seems chilly here. I assume that's the place? Dearie me. Seemed likely. Ooh. How many players have seen this specifically? This one broken pipe? Probably quite a few, but not that many. There's our horse. Not that I'm suggesting it was a particularly big achievement for me to get here, far from it. Just that this is just one of those little corners that some developer had to build, which not a lot of players are likely to find, since the only way to get to it, as far as I can tell, is by dropping down. Could be wrong, maybe it's more common for people coming out of that ruin to drop down the way I did. And most players have actually seen it. Still, all I'm really remarking upon is the effort that goes in. You know, that's a developer put a load of effort into... Well, maybe not a load of effort, but some effort into designing an area that most players wouldn't see. Right, I need to grab the dragon bones, and we should probably... What am I gonna do? Thinking about it. I left these here. I left those dragon bones there. When we got here, because I needed somewhere to deposit them. I mean, honestly, do you think we get a white run? I tried to get to a white run before, but I had a harder time of it. But part of the thing that... There were two things that were especially putting me off going to Whiterun, which is why I abandoned travelling in that direction. Number one was the fact that there was a dragon in the way, but I'm pretty sure these bones are of that dragon, so that's not going to be a problem. And the other thing that was putting me off was just because it was taking a lot longer to get there than I had hoped. And I realised I had to go both ways. Like if I was going... Interesting. If I was going to because at the time the suggestion was I go to Whiterun to buy some lockpicks, then come back here. It was like a long, dangerous trip with a dragon along the way, and I was going to have to go 2 ways. You know, even if I killed the dragon going one way, I was still going to have to deal with the mammoths and the giants going the other way, which I hope I could just ride past, but you know, things can go wrong. But both of those cons no longer apply. The dragon's already dead, and I'll just be going straight to Whiterun, and then after that it'll be back up to all the way to Winterhold. And yeah, the trip to Winterhold will be slightly longer if I could do it this way, but it's a trip we've done many times before. I'm not that worried. One thing that has occurred to me though is that when I try to do the when I tried to do this trip last time, when I tried to get to Whiterun from the Dwemer Ruin we were just at, I had problems trying to navigate through the mountains, and the thing that's occurred to me is I shouldn't be using the mountains at all. There are rivers which go directly from where we are all the way over to Whiterun. I should just be following the river. That makes way more sense. I want to avoid stepping in any of that water, because I don't think that water is going to do our horses' hooves any good whatsoever. That looks like geological water that's probably boiling and very alkaline. This looks like the right sort of way. Oh, there's a bear there, wonderful. Right, so I just follow this down initially to the southwest, but if I just follow it along, it should get us where we're going. This should take us through to Whiterun. Can I cross here? Yeah, I can. Hopefully that was refreshing for the horse. Right, because I believe this is the side of the river we want to be on. I don't recognise this settlement. It might be worth quickly just popping on through here. Mixed water mill discovered. Why mix water? Because they have access to volcanic water and river water? Our characters doing quite well, aren't they? In terms of not being tired, hungry or cold. We are of course in the much more temperate parts of Skyrim now, so cold is less of an issue. Yeah, just keep on going that way. I noticed now this isn't one river. I thought it was one river, but actually the geography makes no sense. Let me explain. In real life, rivers usually start in elevated positions, like these snowy mountains, and then it falls downhill. So you have water starting from high ground, and then eventually it will reach the sea. Look, what we appear to have here is two different rivers that aren't draining into... three, actually, if you count that. That might just be a lake. That don't drain into the sea or any other large body of water, like a lake. And just seem to... and aren't starting on high ground. They just spontaneously start right next to each other, but aren't connected. Which is unusual. I think you'll agree. Is this the way we want? Yeah, this looks right. Oh, something else up there. Is it worth popping up there briefly just to get something added to the map? No, I'll say no on this occasion. If I could actually see what the landmark was, if it was that close, I probably would. But let's be honest, I'd be going into an unknown, potentially dangerous space, which is an indeterminate distance away. I should stick to the mission at hand. The mission at hand is make it to Whiterun. Once we're in Whiterun, we sell everything that we don't need. We buy lockpicks if we can get them. We craft lockpicks if we can. No, this is where we... Uh-oh. Alright, I will leave. I was about to say this looks like the wrong direction, because we seem to be moving away from the river, but then I noticed that there's a waterfall. And so I'm not going to be able to, like, wade through the river. Ah, it's turned back. The path is, like, snaked back round. Okay, this is the right way then. So to help us, so that because there's a waterfall, the river effectively travelling up it gained a lot of elevation very, very quickly, and I suppose the path snaked in the way that it did, so that we could gain more. We could gain elevation at a less steep incline, a more shallow incline. This is going well though. Is that... what's that in the distance? I don't think that's Whiterun in the distance, because it looks like just one building. Oh, hang on. Could that be the Dragon's Reach? That could be Dragon's Reach, as you see it from a long way away. Okay, on this occasion I can see the... what looks like a point of interest in the distance. As in, it's close enough that I can see it clearly. Let's just run through. Alright, fine, I'll leave. Don't know what that was about, but fine. I wish that wolf hadn't done that. I like the fact that the NPC didn't actually attack you unless you get too close. Yeah, they actually gave you a warning and stuck to it. Hold on. I may have made a terrible mistake here, but hopefully not. Okay, we're good. Healing hands, heal you up. As usual, I don't know how long I need to do this for. Oh, what am I doing? I may as well grab their pelts while I'm here. And the gold they inexplicably have on them. I mean, I wouldn't normally bother, but I am literally over encumbered already and heading straight to the shops. So there's not a lot of reason not to take it. Yep, this is Whiterun. Well, strictly speaking, what's immediately in front of us right now is the farmsteads that surround Whiterun. But still, like, we have indeed...
Well, to run off.
Oh, good job. What caused that, though? Oh, well. So, yeah, my little plan worked. Follow the river. That led to a nice, pleasant, scenic route. And practical. Unlike my ill-fated attempt to travel through the mountains on horseback. Not even following paths, just blazing my own way through the mountains on horseback. Although... Which direction is the way in? Probably round here. Yeah, that would be my prediction. Does make me wonder about those dragons, actually, now I think about it. Because if you recall, we were actually quite a long way away from the dragon in the save file I had. And yet every time I reloaded it was there. And now obviously we've slain it, it's not there. It makes me wonder if they're not always random. They must be random some of the time, because we've definitely been attacked by a dragon twice in Winterhold. But I wonder if they have certain spawn locations. I wonder if there's always going to be a dragon between Whiterun and that Dwemer ruin. And I wonder if enough time passes, if it comes back. I mean, I suppose the game is going to want you to think that it's a different dragon, but I wonder if in reality they've just got a little dragon spawn point there. Right, now we're moving very slowly because I need to sell some of this stuff, in particular the dragon stuff. Good thing gold is weightless. Never used to be, you know. In Daggerfall, I don't know about Arena, but in Daggerfall gold had weight. And as a result, it was the only Elder Scrolls game I know of that had a bank as well. Because, like, it was genuinely multiple banks, different regional banks. It was genuinely a problem. Or it was genuinely a logistical issue. What do you do with all the gold?
Some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy the finest weapons and armor.
Right, I would have been better off getting the mage's bedroll then, because I saw it. Sorry, backpack and bedroll then, because I saw it give you 75 points extra carry capacity and 40 points of magicka, I think. But I was thinking, but doesn't my current bedroll already give me something? What does it give me? I've forgotten. You can have that. And these. We'll still be moving slowly though. Oh well.
Don't forget to check inside the shop. I don't claim to be the best.
Actually, do you have a mage's thingamabob? No. Oh, do you have lockpicks?
He's the steward up at looking to protect yourself or deal some damage.
You have one lockpick. Well, I'll take it.
Until next time.
I don't know how the different equipment in this game works. The blacksmith sword is used to create new weapons and armor from raw materials. Can I make a lockpick though? Because that's not a weapon or armor. I can make a lock, but not a lockpick. Okay. Kind of the opposite of what I wanted. I wasn't expecting the game to let me make a lock.
Come to chat with an old woman, hmm? Do your good deed for the day?
I mean, I could.
Do you like horses? You should visit the stables.
We're very popular.
And our stock is excellent.
That's where I bought Queen Elfstigir.
I'm sure we've got something you need.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't.
Charming. What am I thinking? Go to the magic shop. We can sell a lot of stuff there.
Any locks around here, we're going to have a real problem.
Alright. Probably also check if there's a general store. In fact, I think this is a general store. After I've gone to the magic shop, I'll head there. And we'll buy and sell things as needed. Then we should probably spend a night here. level and get rested, and then we'll make the journey back to Winterhold.
You look rather pale. Ah, so you're an alchemist then.
Enchanter's potion. I'm not going to use. Would I use it? Maybe. That I'm not going to use. That I'm unlikely to use. I'm unlikely to use those. Or those, or that, or these. All those are unlikely. I don't know where I picked up lavender, but you're welcome to it. Please, please. Oh, you don't have enough gold to buy it off me. You'll buy it off me, but you don't have enough gold. That is unfortunate. Do you have anything I would like? Like a bunch of lockpicks, for example? No. Alright. I will try the, what's it called? The general store. I've done it again every time I enter the shop. Always try and leave through the wrong doors. Every time. Look at us hobbling around because we're carrying too much.
Everything's for sale, my friend. Some may call
Tell me
this
you have
junk.
lockpicks, please.
Me, I call them treasures.
Lockpick 8. Thank you. And you have a mage backpack with bedroll. I'll take it. Will you buy the... Where is it? You can buy the old backpack I've got on. Let me double check before I do the sale. Yeah, it's the same. It buffs my character capacity the same amount. You can have that. Will you buy the dragon bits off of me? You will. But you're out of money. Do you have anything else I would like? Anything? Not really. Food, perhaps. That's a good idea. Do you have any food that I could use? No? Hang on. What were the ingredients for making that vegetable soup? Tomato, potato, leek, and something else. I think this cabbage, wasn't it? Don't have cabbage. Okay. Oh well, I think that's the best we can do for now then. Fur backpack. Wonder if that actually makes you warmer. Ice arrows. Yes, yes, yes. I'll take whatever arrows you have. Okay, this works out. You have arrows. I will take arrows. Those arrows we had previously served us well. Okay, now I can sell some more stuff to you. Soul gem fragment. Doubt I'll need that. Anything else to sell while I'm here? Oh, I got all those books earlier. I need to do something about that. I can have flames. Looks good to me, I think. Yeah, looks good to me.
Do come back.
Oh, hang on. I need to put on the new backpack or else we can't move. That is a thing. There we go. Well, we did well out of that. Got pretty much everything we wanted. Obviously, it could be better. I'd have preferred even more lockpicks. I'd have preferred, 100 of them.
Come on in. Let me know if you need anything.
But still,
Take a seat by the
we went from having an unworkable number of
sure thing. It's yours for it. Take a look.
lockpicks to a very, very workable number. We have about 10. Oh dearie me. Okay, I think that's everything. You don't happen to sell... No, you don't. Lockpicks.
I'll show you to your room, right this way.
I've slept here probably half a dozen to a dozen times now. I know where the room is, thank you. Right, we should probably sleep. I think our character can have a very long... If it's the afternoon, they can have a very long rest. They can have a 14-hour rest. I don't know whether, in terms of the actual... our actual canon, whether our character was actually in their room for 14 hours, or if they were, walking about seeing the sights of the town. But I don't think we need to roleplay any of that. They had a 14-hour rest. To be honest, maybe this is slightly irresponsible given the importance that has been impressed upon them of
It's not easy being a woman in Skyrim.
Of not letting the...
I've been looking for you.
Oh.
Got something I'm supposed to deliver.
Thank you.
Let's see.
The things are time sensitive.
Calcelmo in Markarth. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Markarth? We've never been to Markarth. Then again, how many times have we been sent a letter where we actually know the sender and where they're from? This is par for the course. Right, where's the letter? Valera. It has come to my attention you may have recently acquired a certain dwarven arrow from Bellefort's general goods. I'm not sure how such an object came to find itself resting there, but I've been trying to obtain one for my research. What? How did you find that out in 14 hours? How did you find out all the way in Markarth that this had happened and send me a letter in the space of 14 hours? If you still have it, or if not, find another one. I'd be most appreciative for you to bring it to me here in Markarth. I'll pay you handsomely. Sincerely, Calcelmo. Right, this is Whiterun. Now, was Markarth the one that was all the way over here on the border? Yep. On the border with High Rock. Although with mountains in the middle, to be fair. Yeah. So that's farther away than the Dwarven Ruin was. And in the opposite direction. That's probably... Yeah, it's... I think it's... Yeah, I think it's farther than even Winterhold is, as the crow flies. If we could go diagonally, it would be much faster to get to Winterhold than it would be to get to Markarth. And look at the terrain in the middle. Yeah. I do not understand how this person got news of this in the timely fashion that they did, nor how they managed to get a letter back here in the same space of time.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you do.
Okay. So, return journey to Whiterun. It's the same journey we've done before. if we go through Dawnstar, because Dawnstar, we can't go as the crow flies, which is a shame. Inevitably, we end up having to do a right angle, so we go almost directly north. Is that Nirnroot? I can't tell if I'm imagining that. We have to go almost directly north, and then we go almost directly west. No, east. I apologise. We go almost directly north, then almost directly east, meaning we end up taking a right angle. So in theory, if there weren't mountains in the way, we'd be able to do it route 2 times faster. But there are mountains in the way. Anywho, the first half of the journey usually leads to us getting attacked a few times by creatures that aren't particularly dangerous, so that's fine. I wonder what was going on there. Were we actually getting attacked by a stag? But then the second half of the journey gets a bit harder because the creatures become a bit more deadly, but worse, the temperature drops a lot once we're in the north. Oh, please stop bothering us. This poor horse, the number of times it's been bitten and scratched by wild animals while just taking us from A to B. Shame they don't get faster. Our character gets better at the things that they do all the time. But our poor horse here, Queen Elfsigir, isn't able to run any more quickly. Hold on. Where's the waypoint? That's odd. I could have... Oh, it didn't actually set it. Okay, we've seen this problem before. Apparently, if you try to place a waypoint somewhere that is beyond the bounds that the developers expected you to place it, it doesn't get placed, which would be fine, but the rest of the dialogue behaves as if it is fine, so it will still like bring up a menu saying, do you want to place a marker here? And you can click yes, but then it just doesn't do it. Yeah, we can see things getting quite a lot colder already, and we're probably not even halfway to Dawnstar yet. That is a concerning spider. The air is treacherously cold. Wonderful. Is that Dawnstar? No. I remember this place. This is that, yeah, Fort Dunstad. This is the one where the bandits are. The one every time I go through I say, someday I should deal with this place, and then I never do. Oh well. If we've been through Fort Dunstad, then we're most of the way to Dawnstar now, I think. I'm fairly certain Fort Dunstad is farther than the halfway point to Dawnstar from Whiterun. So as usual, what we're going to do once we reach Dawnstar is we're going to find the Jarl's house. We're gonna... Do you park a horse? We're gonna park the horse in front of the Jarl's house. We're going to go in, get warm, leave, and then we're gonna... Please stop attacking my horse. And then we're gonna make our way to... Winterhold. Winterhold College to hand in the quest. That is the plan. Look at our shadow. And you just noticed that. Hey Mealy, still falling I see. Isn't it quite late for you? I hope you don't mind my remarking. Ah, troll. Wonderful. Which way's Dawnstar from here? I'm already on the coast. There it is. So I slightly missed Dawnstar, but not by much. Oh, sorry. Sorry, sir. Which one's the right building? That is a question. That's someone's house. The Whitehall. That's where we want to be. Up here. What was I thinking? Goodness knows what this Jarl thinks of us, because I don't think we've ever spoken. I just keep... Repeatedly now, I've been passing through, and I will just stop right in front of his house. Blimey. Map updated. I think I've just been... Oh, we didn't level. Maybe I didn't get another level. I thought I did. And just realised when we were napping in Whiterun, we didn't get a level. Yeah, there's a Jarl. I keep walking in here. Like, every few days we just turn up and stand here long enough to get warm, and then we leave. We do actually want to get warm, not just comfortable, though. Since the... There we go. Since the remaining trip to Winterhold is exceptionally cold. Oh, and it's sunset. Oh, well. Really, is it sunset? No, it must be sunrise. I was going to say, because we got up awfully early. Didn't we leave at like 6 AM in Whiterun or something like that? Oh, that reminds me. Let me move the marker on the map. Winterhold. Close enough. I mean, it's basically directly north. Sorry, directly east. I meant to say it's basically just directly east from here, but doesn't hurt to have a marker just in case. This is a treacherous path I have chosen. I'm not sure it's a bad path, since it's keeping us away from a lot of the nasties down the bottom. I think I have to go down there now, though. So usually the path we end up taking to Winterhold is... I'm not sure this is technically the coast. I think this is like an inlet. Maybe this is the coast. Actually, it looks like a big lake. But we follow the shoreline. And then usually we take a sharp turn to the south, if I recall correctly. Oh my goodness. Catherine, it's so nice of you. What am I saying? It's so nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're well. What were you playing? How did it go? Also, welcome in Raiders. My name's Robert, and this is the El Magnifico Games channel. On this channel, we play old games and we play new games. We play games that require you to think, and we play more actiony games. If you enjoy these sort of cozy streams, I'm usually live Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays from 6 PM. And on Saturdays I do Stardew Valley with the absolutely lovely Manipulate Everything from 4 PM, all UK time. And well, thanks. Finished a Nancy game today. This looks fun. This is Skyrim. Yes, so other games that I have on the go. Oh my goodness, these wolves attacking my horse. This is my first playthrough of Skyrim. I have a playthrough of Skyrim on the go, and I also, as well as Stardew Valley, and as well as a Myst-like puzzle game called Nya, which I'm probably nearing the end of now. But yeah, what day of the week is it? It's Friday, isn't it? So I'll be doing more Stardew Valley. Oh my goodness, someone's throwing fireballs at me. What was I thinking? Oh, we made it to Sarthal. I was thinking that this looked like Sarthal. I didn't deliberately go this way, but hey ho, this works. What was I thinking? Yeah, so tomorrow's going to be some more Stardew Valley with the lovely Manipulate Everything. Monday's going to be more Nya, and then it won't be Wednesday until I do more Skyrim. I've never played Skyrim before. Do you recommend? Yes, I would recommend it. I could recommend it more strongly if I knew the sorts of games you enjoyed. It's an open world RPG. It's not one to take too seriously. It's hang on, I want to go this way, don't I? It's how do I put it? It's quite light isn't quite the right word. It's quite a casual one. That's probably what I'm trying to say. I grew up playing a lot of Morrowind, which was the third game in the series, The Elder Scrolls 3. This is the fifth one. Quite different games. Not very different games, but quite different. And we are back at the college. The college is there. Excellent. Yeah, I don't know. Have you played any many open world RPGs before? I apologise, but I do have to raid and run. Have a wonderful stream and an excellent weekend. Oh, okie doke. You take care. But thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that.
Warm food, warm drinks, and warm beds. If there's anything you need, just let me know.
So we're currently in a very cold location. My only open world I've done is Hogwarts Legacy. Okay, yeah, this is going to be more high fantasy than that. Orcs and elves and humans. More akin to Lord of the Rings, although obviously it is its own legally distinct franchise. Just buying up some food here. Wonderful.
See ya.
Get warm by the fire. I'll pop in another stream. Would love to watch some. Stardew, have a good one. Yep, Stardew tomorrow. Once again, thank you so much, and you take care.
What of it? It's our inn, and they cause them no harm.
Just waiting for our character to get warm. It's the red bar at the bottom that's changing. Oh, there we go. You feel warmer now. You're now comfortable. Let's wait slightly longer until we're actually... There, you are warm. That's what we were waiting for. And I also note we're slightly hungry, so let's eat something. Leg roast. Sorry, leg of goat roast. That sounds good. You're well fed. Lovely. Okay. Let's save here. Now, I do apologise to all you ever so wonderful raiders. It's a pleasure to meet you all, incidentally. I'm afraid I am actually wrapping up now. I'm afraid I got caught just at the end of my stream. And I've streamed a bit longer than I intended to, so I can't really justify stretching it. Apologies for that. But anywho, let me go to the credits. So let me see who's streaming right now. I've just spoken about when I'm going live again. But tomorrow, Stardew Valley, 4 o'clock UK time. With the always wonderful Manipulate Everything. Then Monday, Tuesday... Sorry, no, not Tuesday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday next week, I'll be streaming. Probably probably Nia on Monday, then Skyrim on Wednesday. By Friday, it would be Nia again, but I expect I'll have already finished it by then. So, I don't know. Let's see who I should raid. Actually, there's a lot of people streaming right now. There's a lot of good choices. Who shall I raid? I think we'll raid. Oh, I can't speak all of a sudden. I think we'll raid Ex-Batman Goddess X. And yeah, so thank you to everybody that kept me company in chat, and thanks to everybody that lurked. I appreciate each of you, genuinely. It means a lot. You're the reason that I do this, truly. I always struggle with saying this bit. I always want to express my gratitude, but, you know, when you do it enough, it's hard to really bring the feelings across, I think. But, like, I do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you so much. And I hope you all have a wonderful day. You take care.